The team sat scattered across the safe house's spacious living room, the glow of magical wards faintly illuminating the walls. Caleb leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, while Evelyn sat at the central table, meticulously paging through one of Margot's borrowed grimoires. Argos slouched in an oversized chair, absent-mindedly fiddled with the gem beneath her jacket. And then there was Rose. She paced the room with an air of restless energy, her heels clicking softly against the enchanted hardwood floors. The smirk that usually adorned her face had been replaced with a faint scowl, her dark eyes darting toward the clock every few minutes. She finally stopped in front of a shelf of knickknacks, absently picking up a glass bauble and turning it over in her hands. "Well," she said, her tone light but edged with exasperation, "this has been lovely. Really. Sitting here, watching you all brood. An absolute dream." Evelyn didn't look up. "What's your problem now?" Rose set the bauble down with deliberate care and turned to face her. "My problem, darling, is that I'm used to being where the action is. Not cooped up in a safe house playing nursemaid to a magical trinket, and it's—" She waved a hand toward Argos. "New best friend." Argos frowned, but Caleb beat her to the retort. "We're not exactly thrilled about being here either, but it's safer than wandering around with Draven's people out there." Rose rolled her eyes. "Oh, please. You think I'm worried about Draven? I've handled his type before." "Did you handle the captain who slapped you at the bar?" Argos muttered under her breath. Rose's smirk returned, sharp as a blade. "He's lucky Silas got to him before I did." Evelyn sighed, finally setting the grimoire aside. "Rose, we get it. You're bored. But you can't just go gallivanting back to the bar like nothing's happening." "Why not?" Rose asked, raising an eyebrow. "That's where my influence is, where my information comes from. Do you know how many deals are struck there in a single night? How many whispers I miss every moment I'm stuck here?" Caleb stepped forward, his voice steady but firm. "It's not just about you, Rose. If you go back and draw attention, it could lead them here. You'd be putting all of us at risk." Rose tilted her head, her smirk fading into something cooler. "I've survived the Shadow Realm long before any of you stumbled into my world. I know how to cover my tracks." "And yet here we are," Evelyn said pointedly, gesturing to the safe house. "You brought us here because it's safe. Leaving now, especially with the drug problem and Ravina moving in, doesn't sound like your smartest move." Rose narrowed her eyes at the mention of Ravina. "Exactly why I need to go. Ravina's been testing boundaries ever since she showed up. If I don't keep an eye on her, she'll think she owns the place." "And the drug?" Argos asked, her voice quieter but no less cutting. "What about that?" Rose crossed her arms, her tone cooling. "The drug is a threat to everyone in my world. If I don't stay on top of it, it'll spread, and no one will be safe. Least of all you." The room fell into a tense silence as the weight of Rose's words settled over the group. Finally, she stepped toward the door, her usual smirk softening into something almost genuine. "Listen," she said, her voice quieter now. "You can stay here as long as you need to. This place is warded against almost anything. But I can't just sit around waiting for things to fall apart. Ravina's moving in. The drug is spreading, and I need to know who's behind it all before it becomes unfixable." Evelyn frowned. "And you think you're the only one who can stop it?" "I know I am," Rose replied without hesitation. "This is my world, my turf. If I let someone else take control, everything I've built, everything I've worked for, will burn." Argos glanced at Caleb, then back at Rose. "And what about us? What happens if you don't come back?" Rose's smirk returned softer this time. "Oh, darling, I always come back." The safe house grew quiet as Rose's words lingered in the air. She stood by the door, her posture casual but her smirk tinged with defiance. Caleb and Evelyn exchanged uneasy glances while Argos stared at Rose, her sharp yellow eyes narrowing. "You're really going back?" Caleb asked, his tone somewhere between disbelief and frustration. Rose turned to him, tilting her head with a faint smile. Darling, the Shadow Realm doesn't run itself, and I've already spent far too much time babysitting. We're not asking you to stay forever, Evelyn said, folding her arms. But right now, leaving puts us, and yourself, in danger. You really think Ravina won't jump at the chance to use this against you? Rose's smile widened, though her eyes remained cold. Oh, I'm counting on it. The thing about people like Ravina is they always overplay their hand, and when they do, I'll be there to remind her who the real queen is. You keep calling yourself that, Argos said, her voice sharp. Queen of what? A bar full of people who can't trust each other long enough to share a drink? Rose's smirk faltered for the briefest moment before she recovered, crossing her arms. A bar that survived wars, betrayals, and worse, thank you very much. It's a nexus, darling. A place where deals are made and power is traded. Keeping it balanced is what I do best. And the drug? Caleb asked. How does that fit into your balance? Rose sighed dramatically, brushing a hand through her hair. The drug threatens everything. It destabilizes the fragile peace I've worked so hard to maintain, which is precisely why I can't sit here playing house with you lot. You're playing with fire, Evelyn said, her tone flat. Rose raised an eyebrow. Sweetheart, I am the fire. Argos stood, the gem beneath her jacket glowing faintly. You think you can handle all this on your own? Fine. But don't expect us to clean up your mess when it blows up in your face. Rose's smirk softened, something almost genuine flickering in her dark eyes. I don't expect anything from you, darling, but you should expect more from yourself. That gem isn't just shiny, it's powerful. And power has a way of attracting attention. I didn't ask for this, Argos snapped. None of us did, Rose replied, her voice losing its usual sarcasm. But it's here, and it's yours. What you do with it is up to you. Rose turned toward the door, smoothing her jacket as if preparing for battle. You're all welcome to stay here as long as you like. The wards will hold, and no one gets in without my say-so. She opened the door and stepped into the night. The sound of her heels echoed down the empty street, fading into the distance. Evelyn sighed, collapsing into one of the armchairs. She's going to get herself killed. Or worse, Caleb muttered, pacing near the window. She's cocky enough to think she's untouchable, but Ravina won't play fair. Argos remained silent, her gaze fixed on the spot where Rose had stood. Finally she spoke, her voice quiet. She's right, though, about the gem. I don't know what it wants, but it's not just mine anymore. Evelyn frowned. What do you mean? Argos shrugged, her hand brushing against the gem. It's bonded to me, but it's bigger than me. And if I don't figure it out, someone else will. Caleb stopped pacing, his sharp eyes locking onto Argos. Then we figure it out. Together. As Rose approaches the Shadow Realm, bar gun shots break out, not just singular, but it sounds like a major battle it's coming from down the block at an old warehouse site. She sneaks up to check it out. The chaos at the warehouse unfolded like a well-rehearsed nightmare. Rose crouched in the shadows, her sharp eyes darting over the scene. She'd seen battles before, territorial disputes in the Shadow Realm, bar fights that escalated into magical duels. But this was different. This wasn't chaos. This was precision. The thralls, drugged and maddened, surged toward the perimeter. The pack moved with military precision, their weapons barking orders into the night. But it wasn't the pack or the glowing handcuffs on one of their captives that held Rose's attention. No. Her gaze was locked firmly on the two figures at the center of the storm. They stood together, their presence as commanding as it was otherworldly. Aeliana, with her shimmering barrier of light, was a beacon amid the chaos. Her movements were swift and deliberate, her protective magic radiating calm authority. Beside her, the taller, more stoic Malorian moved like a blade unsheathed, every strike precise and devastating. His glowing sword left arcs of silver light in its wake, cleaving through the thralls like they were paper. Rose's breath hitched as she watched them. Elves weren't uncommon in her world, occasional wanderers or exiles seeking refuge in the Shadow Realm, but these two weren't drifters. They were something more. Their power wasn't just innate, it was honed, disciplined, and far beyond what she'd seen before. "What in the hell are they doing here?" Rose murmured to herself, her voice barely audible over the din of gunfire and shouted commands. She leaned further into the shadows, her fingers brushing against the edge of her magic-dampening bracelet. The faint hum of its suppression was a constant reminder of her vulnerability, one she cursed silently now more than ever. Her gaze flicked back to the elves. They weren't just fighting. They were commanding the battlefield. Even Gunnar, with all his bravado and cybernetic enhancements, seemed to defer to their presence, his position shifting to accommodate their movements. "Guardians," she whispered, the word barely forming on her lips. She'd heard of their kind in whispered stories, elves from Alfheim, connected to the Guardians of the Realms, a group sworn to balance and protection. Their presence on Earth was rare, and their involvement in a battle like this? Unheard of. The low hum of approaching helicopters drew her attention briefly to the Homeland Security team, their vehicles gleaming under the moonlight. Local police had already set up a perimeter, their lights flashing in a garish display of earthly authority. But it was the cooperation between the humans and the pack that struck her as strange. The police fell into line as though this kind of operation was routine, deferring to the Homeland team and their supernatural allies. "Interesting," Rose mused, a faint smirk tugging at her lips. "Looks like someone's been making friends." As the battle subsided and Ravina's mocking laugh echoed into the night before she vanished, Rose felt the weight of the moment settle over her. She could walk away, retreat to the bar, and let this battle become another mystery for someone else to unravel. Or she could dig deeper. Her gaze returned to the elves, watching as Eliana lowered her barrier, her luminous magic fading like a setting sun. Melorian's expression remained unreadable, but his posture spoke volumes, guarded, ready, unyielding. "Who are you?" Rose whispered, her curiosity blazing now. She had her own battles to fight, her own turf to protect. But if these elves were tied to the drug, or to something even larger, she needed to know. Turning on her heel, Rose slipped back into the night, the noise of the cleanup fading behind her. The Shadow Realm bar beckoned, its secrets and whispers waiting to be unraveled. And somewhere in its smoky halls, Rose would find her next move. The Shadow Realm bar was unrecognizable from its usual self. Rose pushed through the familiar wooden doors, her sharp eyes scanning the room. The buzz of conversation hit her immediately, excited, fearful, speculative. The air was heavy with tension, and for the first time in recent memory, the grand hall on the Shadow Realm's side wasn't a place of business, but of gossip. There were no deals being struck, no hushed negotiations over priceless artifacts, or whispered bargains sealed with a handshake. The crowd was gathered in clusters, heads bent close, voices loud enough to spill over the din. All anyone could talk about was the pack. Rose moved through the bar with her usual grace, though a faint scowl tugged at her lips. Every table she passed, the conversation was the same. "I heard they brought helicopters," a vampire muttered, his crimson eyes wide. "Homeland Security worked with them. Can you believe that? Humans and the pack. Together." "Did you see the one with the glowing cuffs?" a troll rumbled, his voice low but reverent. "Those aren't regular hunters. They've got real power." "And the way they moved," an ethereal spirit added, her translucent form flickering as she leaned into her group. "Like a well-oiled machine. No hesitation." Rose's lips twitched into a smirk, though it was far from amused. The pack's reputation had always been a murmur in the dark. To see them now elevated to mythic status overnight, it was irritating. She slid into her usual spot at the bar, signalling for a drink. The human bartender, blissfully unaware of the bar's supernatural side, moved with practiced efficiency, handing her a glass of wine. "I see business is booming," she said, her tone dripping with sarcasm. The bartender, oblivious to her true meaning, gave her a polite smile before moving on. Rose barely had time to sip her wine before a shadow loomed behind her. She didn't need to turn to know who it was. Silas, the bar's enforcer, carried an aura that was impossible to ignore. His massive frame seemed to fill the space, his presence commanding without needing words. "You look agitated," Silas said, his deep voice rumbling like distant thunder. Rose turned, her smirk softening. "And here I thought no one noticed." Silas raised an eyebrow. "It's hard not to, with everyone yammering on about the pack." "They're like children with a new toy," Rose said, gesturing to the crowd with her glass. "They'll be bored of it in a week." "I doubt that," Silas replied, crossing his arms. "The pack showing their hand like this, it changes things." Rose leaned back against the bar, studying him carefully. "Does it, though? Everyone's too distracted by the soldiers to notice the generals." Silas tilted his head, his piercing gaze narrowing. "You saw something." Rose nodded, lowering her voice. "Two elves. Not just any elves. Guardians, I think, at the center of it all." Silas's expression darkened slightly, his usual calm giving way to something harder. "Guardians don't come to Earth lightly. If they were there, it's because something big is happening." "Bigger than a drug turning people into rabid thralls?" Rose asked, arching an eyebrow. Silas didn't answer immediately. Instead, he leaned against the bar, his gaze fixed on the far wall as if seeing something beyond it. "If they're involved, it means the balance is already shifting. Guardians only act when the realms themselves are at risk." Rose tapped her fingers against her glass, her mind racing. And they were working with the pack. Or at least alongside them. That's a new one. Silas turned to her, his expression unreadable. "Are you sure they were guardians?" "I'm sure," Rose said firmly. "The light, the precision, the presence. I'd bet my bracelet on it." Silas's gaze flickered to the magic-dampening bracelet on her wrist, but he didn't comment. Instead, he straightened, his massive frame casting a shadow over her. "Be careful, Rose. If the Guardians are involved, this is bigger than your bar, bigger than your territory." Rose's smirk returned, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. "Everything is about my territory, Silas. If the Guardians think they can waltz in and rearrange my world without so much as a warning, they've got another thing coming." Silas let out a low rumble of laughter, though there was little humour in it. "You've always thought you could control the uncontrollable. Let's hope you're right." As Silas moved away, Rose downed the rest of her wine in one gulp, her mind already working through the implications. Guardians, the pack, Ravina. It was all connected, and she would figure out how before anyone else. Setting her glass on the bar, she rose to her feet, her smirk sharpening into a grin. Let them gossip, let them speculate. Rose would find the truth, and when she did, she'd make sure everyone knew who was really in control. The safe house was quiet, the group scattered across the large common room. Caleb sat by the window, absent-mindedly sharpening a blade, while Evelyn leaned against the wall, flipping through Margot's grimoire. Argos paced back and forth, the gem beneath her jacket pulsing faintly with a rhythm that seemed to match her nerves. Then the distant pops of gunfire broke the silence. Caleb's head snapped up, his hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of his knife. Evelyn froze, her eyes narrowing as she turned her head toward the sound. "What the hell was that?" Argos asked, her pacing stopping mid-stride. "Gunfire," Caleb said grimly, moving to the window. He peered out, his sharp eyes scanning the dark streets. A moment later, the unmistakable wail of police sirens filled the air, the sound growing louder as squad cars raced past. Evelyn crossed her arms, her gaze hard. That's not just gunfire, that's a full-on firefight. Argos frowned, her fingers brushing against the gem. You think it's Rose? She left 20 minutes ago, Caleb muttered, stepping back from the window. Said she was going to the bar. Whatever's going on, it's not far from there. Or, it's at the bar, Evelyn added, her voice edged with tension. She closed the grimoire with a snap, her expression serious. If she's caught up in something, we need to know. Argos shifted uncomfortably, her claws tightening into fists. She's Rose. She'll be fine, right? She always talks like she's untouchable. Evelyn gave her a sharp look. Even Rose has limits. If whatever's happening over there spills into the Shadow Realm bar, she might not walk away as easily as she thinks. Caleb grabbed his jacket, slipping it on in one smooth motion. We're not doing her any good by sitting here. Let's go. Go where? Argos asked, her voice rising. To a bar full of people who probably hate us. To a fight we don't even know anything about. To see what's going on, Caleb said firmly. If this is tied to the drug or Draven, we need to know. And if it's not? Argos snapped, her sharp yellow eyes darting between them. What if it's just humans doing human things? Evelyn stepped closer, her voice calm but insistent. Then we'll find that out too. But sitting here guessing doesn't help anyone, least of all Rose. The group exchanged tense glances, the weight of the decision settling over them. Finally, Caleb turned toward the door. I'm going. You two can stay here if you want. Evelyn sighed, rolling her eyes. We're all going, obviously. Speak for yourself, Argos muttered, though she didn't move away from the door. Look, Evelyn said, her voice softening. I get it. You're scared. So am I. But if this is connected to Draven or the gem, it's not going to stop just because we hide. We need to face it. Together. Argos hesitated, her gaze dropping to the gem. Its faint glow seemed to pulse faster, as if responding to the rising tension. She sighed, her shoulders slumping. Fine, but if we get shot, I'm blaming both of you. Fair enough, Caleb said with a small smile. Let's move. The trio stepped out into the night, the cold air biting at their skin as they made their way toward the source of the commotion. The sound of gunfire had faded, replaced by the rhythmic wail of sirens and the low thrum of helicopters circling above. As they approached the warehouse district, the streets grew quieter, the usual hum of city life giving way to an eerie stillness. Argos's claws tapped against the gem nervously, her sharp eyes darting to every shadow. What is this place? She muttered, her voice low. Industrial zone, Caleb replied. Old warehouses, mostly abandoned, perfect for a fight no one's supposed to see. That's comforting, Argos said dryly. They stopped at the edge of the district, crouching behind an old dumpster as they surveyed the scene. Police cars blocked off the streets, their lights casting a garish red and blue glow over the area. Officers stood at the perimeter, their radios crackling with unintelligible chatter. Beyond them, the faint glow of helicopters illuminated the warehouse rooftops. Argos's sharp eyes caught movement in the shadows, a group of people in sleek, dark uniforms moving with practiced precision. One of them carried what looked like a medical kit, crouching beside a slumped figure on the ground. That's them, Evelyn whispered, her eyes narrowing. The pack. Argos stiffened. Wait, them? You mean those people from the warehouse before? The same, Caleb confirmed. His tone was grim, but there was a note of curiosity too. They're working with someone else this time. Looks like Homeland Security. Argos's gaze darted back to the figures, her heart pounding. And Rose? No sign of her, Evelyn said, scanning the area. But she wouldn't be here, not unless she got caught in this. The group stayed hidden, their eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. The pack moved like shadows, efficient and unyielding, their presence commanding respect even from the heavily armed Homeland agents. Argos couldn't shake the memory of seeing them before, their glowing handcuffs, their precision. They weren't like anyone else she'd ever encountered. Do we get closer? Argos asked, her voice trembling slightly. Caleb shook his head. Not with that perimeter. We'll just draw attention we don't need. Evelyn nodded in agreement. We've seen enough. Let's head back before someone spots us. Reluctantly, Argos followed as they retreated into the shadows, the scene behind them burning into her memory. Whatever was happening out there, it was bigger than any of them, and it was only a matter of time before it reached their door. The trio made their way toward the Shadow Realm bar, the tension between them as thick as the cold night air. The streets were unusually quiet after the commotion near the warehouse, save for the distant wail of sirens still echoing in the distance. I still think this is a bad idea, Argos muttered, her claws brushing against the gem beneath her jacket. We don't even know if she's here. She's here, Caleb said firmly, his pace quickening. Where else would she go? She could be lying in a ditch somewhere, Argos shot back. Thanks for the optimism, Evelyn said dryly, pulling her jacket tighter around her as the neon glow of the bar's sign came into view. As they stepped inside, the noise hit them like a wall. The Shadow Realm bar was packed, the usual din of deals and whispers replaced by loud, animated chatter. Supernatural beings of all kinds filled the room, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of speculation and awe. You think they were actually working with Homeland? A vampire asked his companion, his crimson eyes wide. They were too coordinated not to be, the other replied. I've never seen anything like it. Did you hear about the thralls? A troll rumbled nearby. They say they were burning out mid-fight. And Ravina, an ethereal spirit added, her flickering form leaning closer to her group. She was there, right in the middle of it. Caleb's gaze swept the room, his sharp eyes searching for any sign of Rose. This place is buzzing. Not about deals, Evelyn noted, her tone edged with curiosity. It's all about the pack. And Ravina, Argos muttered, her yellow eyes darting nervously around the room. This feels off. It didn't take long to spot her. Rose sat in the back corner booth, her usual air of authority laced with irritation. She leaned against the wall, one hand holding a glass of wine while the other tapped idly against the table. Her smirk was missing, replaced by a thin line of barely contained frustration. She looks thrilled, Evelyn muttered. Let's find out why, Caleb said, leading the way through the crowded room. As they approached, Rose's eyes flicked toward them, her sharp gaze narrowing. Well, look who decided to join the party, she said, her voice cutting through the noise like a blade. Let me guess. You came to check on me. We heard the commotion, Caleb said, sliding into the booth across from her. Evelyn and Argos followed, though Argos hesitated before sitting, her gaze darting around the room. Commotion, Rose repeated, her smirk returning, though it was tinged with sarcasm. Darling, it's all anyone can talk about. The great and powerful pack, swooping in to save the day. It's like a bloody fairy tale in here. They were impressive, Caleb admitted, leaning back in his seat. Efficient, coordinated. It's no wonder people are talking. Oh, it's not just their efficiency, Rose said, her tone dripping with disdain. It's the spectacle, the helicopters, the thralls, the glowing handcuffs. They're the story of the century. And I've never seen this place so unfocused. Unfocused? Evelyn raised an eyebrow. You mean no one's making deals? Exactly, Rose said, her voice sharp. No one's trading, no one's negotiating. It's all talk about the pack. And let me tell you, it's exhausting. Argos shifted uncomfortably, her gaze flicking toward the bar. Do they know we're here? The pack, I mean. Rose snorted. Oh, darling, they're not coming in here, not tonight. This place is warded against their type, unless, of course, they've got Silas's blessing. And trust me, that's not happening. Evelyn leaned forward, her tone serious. You seem more agitated than usual. Did something happen? Rose's smirk faltered, her gaze dropping to her glass. I saw something. At the warehouse. Caleb's eyes narrowed. What? 2 elves, Rose said quietly, her tone losing some of its usual sharpness. Guardians, I think. They were commanding the fight. The pack deferred to them. Guardians! Evelyn's voice was laced with disbelief. On Earth? Rose nodded, swirling her wine. And they weren't just here for a stroll. Whatever they're after, it's big. Bigger than Ravenna. Bigger than the drug. Argos leaned forward, her claws resting on the edge of the table. You think it has something to do with the gem? Rose's gaze flicked to Argos, her smirk returning faintly. If it does, darling, we're in even deeper trouble than I thought. The low hum of chatter in the bar seemed distant as Rose's words hung in the air. Guardians. The weight of the revelation pressed heavily on the group, each of them processing what it could mean. Rose leaned back against the booth, her smirk gone now, replaced by a calculating look. Guardians don't just wander onto Earth, you know. They're selective, careful, and very, very dangerous. They're from Alfheim, right? Caleb asked, his sharp gaze narrowing. Part of the Guardians of the Realms? Rose nodded, swirling her wineglass absently. Yes, Alfheim's finest. They're supposed to be protectors, keepers of balance, blah, blah, blah. But here's the thing. If they're here, that balance is already teetering on the edge of collapse. Or, Caleb said, leaning forward, they're here to stop it from collapsing. That's what they do, isn't it? Sure, Rose replied with a wry smile. If you believe their PR. But trust me, they're not here for tea and biscuits. If they're moving openly, it's because something's gone very wrong. The faint glow of the gem pulsed beneath Argos's jacket, drawing her thoughts inward. I've heard of them, she said quietly, her voice cutting through the tension. All eyes turned to her, but she didn't flinch. They protect the realms, Argos continued, her yellow eyes flicking to Rose. But they don't care about people. They care about balance, order. If they think something's a threat to that, they'll destroy it. Doesn't matter what or who it is. And you know this how? Caleb asked, his tone cautious. Argos hesitated, her claws brushing against the gem. Stories. Back home we heard about them. Travellers, exiles. They'd talk about the Guardians. Some saw them as heroes. Others, she trailed off, her gaze darkening. They saw them as executioners. Caleb shifted in his seat, his expression thoughtful. That lines up with what I've heard. My mother, she was Fae. She used to talk about them. Said they were relentless. Pure magic, honed like a blade. She called them the Sentinels of Alfheim. And you've never run into them yourself? Rose asked, arching an eyebrow. No, Caleb admitted. But my mother always said if you see one, you either run or you hope they don't notice you. That's comforting, Evelyn muttered, crossing her arms. Rose set her glass down, her tone sharpening. Here's the thing about the Guardians. They don't act without a reason. If they're here, working with the pack, then whatever they're chasing is big. And if it's tied to the gem, she glanced at Argos, then you'd better believe they won't stop until they have it. Argos stiffened, her hand instinctively gripping the gem beneath her jacket. It's mine. They can't just take it. They can, and they will, Rose said bluntly. If they think it's dangerous, they'll destroy it. And if they think you're dangerous... I get it, Argos snapped, her yellow eyes flashing, but they're not getting it without a fight. We need more information, Evelyn said, breaking the tension. If the Guardians are here, we need to figure out why, what they want, and how the gem fits into all of this. Rose nodded, though her smirk returned faintly. Agreed. But if we're going to dig into the Guardians, we'll need to be careful. They don't like being scrutinized. And where do we even start? Caleb asked. Rose's gaze flicked to the bar around them, her smirk widening. Oh, darling, information is what this place thrives on. Give me a night, and I'll find us a thread to pull. As the group settled back into their seats, the weight of their situation pressed down on them. The Guardians, the gem, the pack. It was all connected. And whatever was coming, It was bigger than any of them had anticipated. Argos glanced at Caleb, her voice quiet but firm. "Do you think they'll come for me?" Caleb hesitated, then shook his head. "Not if we stay ahead of them. We've got time. We'll figure it out." Rose raised her glass, her smirk sharp as a blade. "Time is a luxury, darling. Let's not waste it." The group's conversation began to wind down, each of them falling into their own thoughts as the weight of the situation settled over them. Rose, however, remained sharp, her mind racing with possibilities. Her smirk returned, but this time it carried a dangerous edge. "Of course," she said, her tone low and almost amused. "Of course what?" Caleb asked, narrowing his eyes at her sudden shift in demeanour. Rose leaned forward, resting her elbows on the table. "The pack. They're at the centre of all this. Guardians, the thralls, even the drug, I'd bet. If we're going to figure out what's really going on, we need to know where they're headquartered." Evelyn raised an eyebrow. "And you think they're just going to hand over their address?" "Not exactly," Rose replied, her smirk sharpening. "But there are other ways." "Let me guess," Caleb said, his tone dry. "You're thinking of tracking them somehow." "Exactly," Rose said, pointing at him with a mock cheerfulness. "There are rumours about their headquarters being out in the woods somewhere, hidden, warded, the whole deal. No one's foolish enough to go poking around because, well, they don't want to end up on the pack's radar." "Smart people," Argos muttered. Rose ignored her. "But we have something, or rather someone, on our side. Darren." Evelyn frowned. "You're going to use him?" "Oh, don't be so dramatic, darling," Rose said, waving a hand dismissively. "It's not like I'm going to hurt him. I just need to get close enough to slip a tracker on him." Argos stared at her, her sharp yellow eyes wide with disbelief. "You're serious. You're actually serious." "Deadly so," Rose replied with a sly grin. "He's a member of the pack, and unlike the rest of them, he's not exactly subtle. If anyone can lead us to their headquarters, it's him." "You realise how dangerous this is, right?" Caleb said, his voice tight. "If he catches on—" "He won't," Rose interrupted, her tone breezy. "Darren likes me. Well, tolerates me. Either way, he's not exactly on high alert when I'm around." "That's because he doesn't know you're scheming behind his back," Evelyn said sharply. "This could blow up in your face." Rose shrugged, swirling her wineglass. "Darling, if I worried about things blowing up in my face, I'd never get anything done." "And what if the tracker doesn't work?" Argos asked, her voice laced with skepticism. "What if it's warded against? Or worse, what if the pack finds it and traces it back to you?" "Then we'll cross that bridge when we come to it," Rose said, her smirk unwavering. "But for now, it's the best lead we've got." Evelyn leaned back in her seat, crossing her arms as she studied Rose. "Even if we agree to this, and I'm not saying we do, you'll need something sophisticated. A tracker that can bypass wards, camouflage itself." "I know just the person to make one," Rose said with a knowing look. "Silas has a few connections. One of them owes me a favour." "Of course they do," Caleb muttered. Rose turned to Argos, her expression softening slightly. "You don't have to be involved in this if you don't want to be, but if we find their headquarters, it might give us answers about the Guardians and the gem." Argos hesitated, her hand brushing against the gem beneath her jacket. "Fine. But if this goes south, I'm blaming you." "Darling," Rose said with a wicked grin, "everything always goes south eventually. That's half the fun." As the group prepared to leave the bar, Rose's mind was already working through the details of her plan. Darren would be her key, and she would handle him carefully. The tracker, though, had to be perfect, undetectable, untraceable, and powerful enough to pierce the wards that undoubtedly surrounded the pack's headquarters. She glanced at Caleb and Evelyn, who were already whispering to each other about contingencies. Argos followed behind, her sharp eyes scanning the room nervously. Rose's smirk widened as they stepped out into the cool night air. It was a dangerous game, but she thrived on danger. And if the pack thought they could keep their secrets from her, they were about to learn otherwise. The group trudged back to the safe house under the cover of night, the echoes of the Shadow Realm bar's chatter still lingering in their minds. The tension from their discussion about the pack, the Guardians, and Rose's bold plan hung heavy in the air. As the door closed behind them, Caleb flipped on the lights, casting the room in a dim, flickering glow. "Finally," Argos muttered, flopping into the nearest chair. "I thought we'd never get out of there." "You mean the bar or the drama?" Evelyn asked, setting her bag on the table with a smirk. "Both," Argos replied, rubbing her temples. Rose, still perfectly composed despite the late hour, strolled toward the couch, shrugging off her jacket with deliberate flair. "Well, darlings, rest up while you can. Tomorrow we get back to work." The first rays of sunlight filtered through the warded windows, casting a faint glow across the safe house. The team gathered around the kitchen table, mugs of coffee in hand, and the weight of the previous night's revelations etched on their faces. Rose, as usual, was the picture of poise, her hair immaculately in place, despite the early hour. She sipped her tea with an air of practiced calm before setting the cup down and addressing the group. "Here's how this is going to work," she said, her tone sharp and decisive. "I'll meet with Silas today. He has resources I can tap into, resources that will get us what we need to track down the pack." "And what about us?" Caleb asked, leaning back in his chair. "You," Rose said, pointing at him with a lazy smirk, "are going to focus on that shiny little trinket of ours." Her gaze shifted to Argos, her eyes narrowing slightly. "The gem is the key to all of this. If the Guardians are involved, it's because of that thing, and the sooner we understand it, the better." Argos frowned, her claws brushing against the gem beneath her jacket. "You say that like it's easy." Rose's smirk widened. "Nothing worthwhile ever is." Evelyn glanced at the grimoire still sitting on the table. "Margot's notes might have something we can use. I'll dig through them and see if there's anything about bonds like this or artifacts tied to the realms." Caleb nodded. "I'll help. Maybe there's something in the Fae stories my mother told me that connects to what we're dealing with." "And me?" Argos asked, her voice tinged with annoyance. "Am I just supposed to sit here while you all play researchers?" Rose raised an eyebrow. "Hardly, darling. You're the one bonded to the gem. If it reacts to anything we uncover, you'll need to tell us. Every little detail could matter." Rose stood brushing imaginary dust off her jacket. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a meeting to attend. Try not to burn the place down while I'm gone." "Do you think Silas will really help you?" Evelyn asked, her tone skeptical. "Oh, he'll help," Rose said, her smirk sharp as a blade. "Silas knows better than to cross me." Without another word, she swept toward the door, her heels clicking against the floor with an air of finality. As the door closed behind her, the remaining three exchanged glances. "She's confident," Caleb muttered. "She's reckless," Evelyn replied, already flipping open Margot's grimoire. "And we're stuck cleaning up her mess," Argos added, her voice low. As Rose made her way back toward the Shadow Realm bar, the team got to work. Evelyn delved into Margot's notes, cross-referencing them with her own knowledge of magical artifacts and their bonds. Caleb shared stories his mother had told him, searching for anything that might hint at the gem's origins or its connection to Alfheim. Argos observed quietly, her hand resting on the gem as it pulsed faintly. Every so often she would glance at the others, a mixture of doubt and determination flickering in her yellow eyes. The air in the safe house was thick with tension, the weight of their task pressing down on them. But beneath it all was a flicker of hope, the faintest promise that they might unravel the mystery before it unraveled them. The Shadow Realm bar was quieter in the morning hours, its usual din replaced by the soft clink of glasses and the muted murmurs of those who never left. Rose strode through the familiar hallways, her heels clicking against the polished stone floor. Her destination wasn't the grand hall or her usual corner booth, but a door tucked away in the back, the door to Silas's office. She didn't bother knocking, Silas preferred his guests confident, and Rose knew better than to appear anything less. She pushed the door open, stepping into the dimly lit room. Silas sat behind his desk, his massive frame casting a shadow that seemed to stretch across the entire space. "Rose?" he said, his deep voice rumbling like distant thunder. "Punctual, as always." "Charming as always," Rose replied with a smirk, settling into the chair opposite him. Silas leaned back, studying her with sharp, calculating eyes. "You said you needed something specific." "A tracker," Rose said, her tone brisk. "Something undetectable, strong enough to bypass the wards the pack is probably using around their headquarters." Silas nodded slowly. "I know someone who can make that happen. A technician, half fae, half human. Lives in the outskirts, near the woods. She's the best in the business, but her price won't be cheap." Rose waved a hand dismissively. "Price is rarely an issue when the stakes are high enough. Give me her contact information." Silas reached into his desk, pulling out a slip of paper. He slid it across the desk toward her. "Her name's Leora. Tell her I sent you." Rose picked up the paper, tucking it into her jacket. "Always a pleasure doing business with you, Silas." But as she stood to leave, his voice stopped her. "One more thing, Rose." She turned, raising an eyebrow. "You're going to give me a lecture about playing with fire?" "Not quite," Silas said, his expression darkening. "I've been asking around about those elves you saw. Guardians, you called them." Rose's smirk faltered slightly. "And?" "Not a single soul has ever heard of two guardians working together," Silas said, his tone heavy with meaning. "They're solitary by nature, each one assigned to their own realm or mission. If you're right about what you saw, it's unprecedented." Rose folded her arms, her expression guarded. "I know what I saw, Silas. Their magic, their precision. It wasn't just two elves with good aim. They were guardians." Silas leaned forward, his gaze piercing. "Are you absolutely sure? Because if they were, that means whatever they're here for is big enough to break their own rules." Rose hesitated, but only for a moment. "I'm sure." Silas leaned back again, his expression unreadable. "Then you'd better watch your step. If two guardians are here, they're not just here to observe, they're here to act. And if you're in their way—" Rose's smirk returned, sharper than ever. "I've made a career out of surviving the unstoppable, Silas. I'll be fine." "Just remember," Silas said, his voice low and ominous, "guardians don't see people, they see threats and solutions. Make sure you're not the former." Rose left Silas's office with the slip of paper in hand, her mind racing. The idea of two guardians working together wasn't just unusual, it was unsettling. It meant that whatever was happening with the pack, Ravina, and the gem was far more dangerous than she'd initially thought. As she stepped back into the main bar, her smirk faltered for a brief moment. She was playing a dangerous game, but that was nothing new. The only difference now was the stakes. "Tread carefully, Rose," she muttered to herself as she pushed open the doors and stepped into the daylight. Because it looks like the game just got a lot bigger. The outskirts of the city were quieter than the industrial chaos Rose typically found herself navigating. Here the roads wound through dense woods, their edges lined with undergrowth that rustled faintly in the breeze. Rose's heels crunched softly against the gravel as she made her way up a narrow path toward a small, unassuming cabin. From the outside, it looked ordinary, just another weathered home tucked away from prying eyes. But Rose knew better. The wards layered over the cabin were faint but unmistakable, shimmering in the early morning light like a heat haze. She paused at the door, smoothing her jacket before knocking briskly. It swung open before her knuckles even touched the wood. "Rose?" A soft, melodic voice greeted her. "Silas warned me you'd be coming." The half-fae technician stood in the doorway, her piercing green eyes studying Rose with an intensity that matched her reputation. Leora was shorter than Rose had expected, but her presence filled the doorway with a quiet power. Her dark hair was tied back, streaked with silver strands that seemed to shimmer as she moved. Leora, Rose said smoothly, stepping inside without waiting for an invitation. Lovely place you've got here. The interior of the cabin was a stark contrast to its exterior. Shelves lined the walls filled with strange tools, jars of glowing substances, and devices Rose couldn't begin to identify. A long workbench dominated the room, cluttered with half-finished gadgets and tiny runes etched onto metal fragments. Leora gestured to a stool. Sit. I'd rather stand, Rose replied, her smirk sharpening. Let's get to it, shall we? I need a tracker. Leora's lips quirked into a faint smile as she moved toward the workbench. Silas said as much. He also said you're chasing something. Dangerous. Dangerous is relative, Rose said airily, watching as Leora began sorting through her tools. Not when it comes to the pack, Leora replied, glancing at her. You're not the first to come looking for a way to track them. But you might be the first with the nerve to pull it off. Leora held up a small device, a thin metallic disc no larger than a coin. Intricate runes glowed faintly along its surface, their light pulsing in a slow, steady rhythm. This, Leora said, placing it on the workbench, is what you're looking for. It's warded to bypass most detection spells, and it'll latch onto its target without leaving a trace. Once it's in place, you'll be able to track it anywhere. Woods, wards, whatever. Rose raised an eyebrow. Sounds perfect. What's the catch? Leora folded her arms. It's not foolproof. If the pack realizes they're being tracked, they'll find it and destroy it. And if their wards are more advanced than I expect, it could take time to break through. This isn't a magic bullet. Good thing I'm not relying on magic bullets, Rose said with a smirk. How much? Let's call it a favor, Leora replied, her gaze locking onto Rose's. A future favor, when I need it. Rose's smirk faltered slightly. You Fae and your favors. It's non-negotiable, Leora said simply. After a moment's hesitation, Rose nodded. Fine, one favor, but don't expect me to fetch you moonstones or battle your rivals. Leora's smile widened slightly as she handed Rose the tracker. Deal. As Rose turned to leave, Leora's voice stopped her. One more thing. Rose glanced back, her eyebrow raised. What now? Another favor? No, Leora said, her tone serious. Just be careful. The pack isn't the only thing out there worth worrying about. If you're tangling with guardians, you might be in over your head. Rose's smirk returned, but it was thinner now. Darling, over my head is where I do my best work. Without another word, she stepped out into the crisp morning air, the tracker tucked safely into her pocket. The Shadow Realm bar hummed with its usual blend of tension and intrigue as Rose returned from her meeting with Leora. The tracker rested securely in her pocket, and though her smirk was firmly in place, her mind churned with possibilities and risks. She slid into her usual booth, waving off the bartender's attempt to bring her a drink. For once, she wasn't in the mood for idle indulgence. The crowd ebbed and flowed as always, a mix of human and supernatural patrons, exchanging deals and secrets. But as Rose sat, her sharp eyes caught sight of a familiar figure entering the bar. And he wasn't alone. Darren entered with his usual casual swagger and a smirk plastered on his face. But it wasn't Darren's presence that immediately set Rose on edge. It was his companions. The first, a tall, stoic man whose commanding presence filled the room, moved with the measured steps of someone used to giving orders. His piercing blue eye and cybernetic arm left no doubt in Rose's mind. Gunner. The second was a striking woman whose radiant energy seemed to draw the room's attention without her even trying. Her posture was poised, her expression calm, and her very aura screamed Alfheim. And standing just behind her, equally regal and imposing, was a second elf. A man whose sharp gaze swept over the room like a blade. Rose's smirk faltered for the briefest moment before she recovered, leaning back in her chair. Well, this is interesting. As the group approached, Rose's eyes narrowed slightly. She knew better than to show too much interest, but the sight of the two elves, guardians, no less, was impossible to ignore. Darren led the way, his smirk widening when he spotted her. "Rose," he said, his tone deliberately light. "Miss me?" "Always," Rose drawled, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Her gaze flicked to his companions, lingering on Gunnar with thinly veiled disdain. "And you've brought guests." Her sharp eyes swept over Eliana and Melorian, her smirk softening into something more curious. "Well, aren't you two a sight? I don't get many visitors of your caliber." Eliana met Rose's gaze evenly, her regal demeanor unwavering. "And you must be Rose. Darren has spoken of you." "Has he now?" Rose's smirk returned in full force, her dark eyes flicking back to Darren. "All good things, I hope." "Don't push it," Darren muttered, though his grin didn't falter. Rose's attention shifted to Gunnar, her expression cooling. "I didn't think you were the type to come to my neck of the woods." "I go where the job takes me," Gunnar said flatly, his gaze locking onto hers. "And right now, the job involves keeping the peace." "Peace," Rose echoed, her voice laced with mockery. "How quaint." Before the tension could escalate further, Eliana stepped forward, her calm voice cutting through the air. "We're not here to start a conflict." "No, you're here to observe," Rose said smoothly, her smirk never wavering. "And maybe disrupt the delicate balance I've worked so hard to maintain." "We don't want to disrupt anything," Eliana replied, her tone measured but firm. "We're here to ensure the balance is preserved." "Funny," Rose said, her gaze flicking to Darren, "because everywhere he goes, chaos tends to follow." "Charming," Darren muttered, rolling his eyes. Sensing the growing tension, Darren stepped between Rose and Gunnar, his grin disarming. "All right, Rose, you've had your fun. Mind if we get on with it?" Rose tilted her head, her smirk lingering. "If you insist," she gestured toward the shadowed doorway at the back of the bar. "You know the way, Darren. And as for your friends..." Her gaze lingered on Eliana and Melorian, her voice dropping to a near whisper. "You'll find the other side enlightening." She stepped back into the shadows, her presence lingering like smoke. Darren glanced at the group and shrugged. "Well, that went better than expected." As the group disappeared into the Shadow Realm's hidden depths, Rose remained in her booth, her sharp eyes following their movements until they were out of sight. Her smirk faded, replaced by a thoughtful frown. Two guardians. Together. It wasn't just unusual, it was unheard of. And now they were here, walking into her world with the pack at their side. She tapped her fingers against the table, her mind racing. What were they after? And how did it tie back to the gem? Or the drug? "Interesting," Rose murmured to herself, her smirk returning faintly. "Very interesting." The tension in the Shadow Realm bar thickened as Eliana's sharp violet eyes lingered on the faint shimmer at Rose's wrist. Though subtle and easily overlooked by most, to Eliana, the bracelet's energy was unmistakable, a deliberate suppression of power that hinted at a story Rose had yet to tell. Rose, halfway back to her seat, stopped and turned, her smirk unwavering, but her dark eyes narrowing slightly. "Something catch your eye, dear?" Eliana stepped forward with the poised elegance of someone used to commanding attention. The group paused, watching with equal parts curiosity and unease. Gunnar, ever the silent sentinel, observed with a guarded expression, while Darren leaned casually against the bar, his grin growing as he sensed the shift in the room. "Your bracelet?" Eliana said smoothly, her voice carrying a tone that was neither question nor command, but something in between. "It's quite unique." Rose's smirk twitched, her gaze flicking briefly to the bracelet before returning to Eliana. "A little something to keep things manageable. This place has its quirks, after all." "Quirks?" Eliana echoed, her tone as even as her expression. She extended a hand, her fingers hovering just above Rose's wrist. "May I?" For a moment the room held its breath. The hum of conversation faded into a distant murmur as all eyes turned to the interaction. Rose's sharp instincts clashed with her pride, a battle she was rarely forced to fight. Finally she extended her arm, her smirk sharpening like a blade. "Be my guest." Eliana's fingers brushed lightly against the bracelet, the faint hum of dampened magic resonating between them. The energy pulsing from the bracelet was subtle but unmistakable, a suppression field designed to keep its wearer's power in check. Eliana's expression remained composed, but a faint shimmer of her own radiant magic flickered outward, brushing against the bracelet's energy. It was a silent but undeniable reminder of her authority. "A clever piece," Eliana remarked, her tone laced with quiet authority. Designed to suppress magic without disrupting the wearer's abilities. Crude in its construction, but effective enough for its purpose. Rose tilted her head, her smirk faltering for the briefest of moments before returning with a sharper edge. "Glad it meets your standards." Eliana's gaze lifted, locking with Rose's in a moment of quiet intensity. "A temporary solution, I imagine. But even the strongest barriers can falter when met with the right force." The crackle of static-like tension rippled between them, drawing the attention of the surrounding patrons. The bar, once filled with murmured conversation, now held a quiet hum of anticipation as the two women sized each other up. Rose chuckled softly, though the sound carried an edge of unease. "Well, I suppose I'll have to take your word for it," she said, withdrawing her arm with deliberate nonchalance. "But you'll forgive me if I keep it on, just in case." Eliana nodded, her tone perfectly even. "It's always wise to be prepared." As Eliana rejoined the group, Rose watched her with narrowed eyes, absently brushing her fingers against the bracelet. For the first time in what felt like years, the Queen of the Shadow Realm bar felt the balance of power shift, and not in her favour. Darren, who had been observing the exchange with quiet amusement, leaned toward Gunnar, though Rose couldn't make out what he said. Gunnar's lips twitched in the faintest hint of a smirk. As the group moved toward the shadowed doorway, Rose finally turned, settling back into her seat with an air of practiced ease. But her mind was anything but settled. Eliana had seen through her, and though Rose's pride refused to admit it, the encounter had left its mark. She swirled her wineglass, the smirk returning to her lips but failing to reach her eyes. "Interesting," she murmured to herself, her voice barely audible over the noise of the bar. "Very interesting." Rose stepped through the threshold that separated the human and supernatural sides, her sharp eyes sweeping the room as she moved to her usual vantage point. Here, the atmosphere was more dangerous, more unpredictable, a perfect reflection of her mood. As she took her seat at the far end of the bar, her fingers grazed the bracelet on her wrist. Her smirk returned as she scanned the crowd. Whispers filled the air, but the tension wasn't the usual sort born of backroom deals or uneasy truces. Tonight the room buzzed with a singular name: Gunnar. Across the room, whispers spread like wildfire. Her sharp eyes caught movement across the room as Darren, Gunnar, Eliana, and Mylorion entered, their presence drawing immediate attention. The room seemed to hold its breath as the group passed, supernaturals parting instinctively. Whispers turned to stares, and the bar's usual hum of business became a palpable tension. "He's the one who killed the Demon King," a voice murmured. "I heard he's working with the Guardians now," another added. "What does that mean for the rest of us?" "Nothing good," a third voice concluded. Rose didn't flinch as the group moved through the room, but her smirk sharpened when Darren separated from the others and made his way to her. She leaned back, her posture radiating casual authority as he slid onto the stool beside her. "Well, well," she drawled, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "If it isn't my favourite skeptic. What brings you back so soon? couldn't stay away. "Miss me that much?" Darren quipped, resting an elbow on the bar. "Thought I'd check in, see if you've got any juicy gossip to share." Rose's smirk widened. "Gossip? Oh, darling, I don't deal in gossip. I deal in truths. Carefully bartered, of course." "Right," Darren said, his grin fading slightly. "Let's talk about last night, then. You were watching. What did you see?" Her smirk faded slightly, replaced by a calculating look. "A lot of things. Some of them troubling." "Such as?" Darren pressed. Rose tilted her head, her fingers tapping idly against the bar. "Such as a certain demigod showing up to test her little army of addicts. Such as the pack barely holding the line." Darren's smirk vanished, his tone hardening. "You didn't think to mention this sooner." "Oh, I figured you'd figure it out," Rose said airily, though her gaze sharpened. "You always do, don't you, Darren? You and your little pack." Darren leaned closer, his voice dropping. "What's your angle here, Rose? You know more than you're saying." Rose's smirk returned, sharper than ever. "My angle, dear, is survival. And if you're smart, you'll realize that you and your friends are barely treading water in a very deep, very dark ocean." The words hung in the air between them, charged with unspoken implications. Darren's jaw tightened, but he didn't respond immediately. Instead, he leaned back, his expression unreadable. "You're always so uplifting," he muttered finally, his tone laced with sarcasm. "And you're always so predictable," Rose countered smoothly. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a bar to run." Darren stood, his sharp blue eyes lingering on her for a moment longer before he turned to rejoin the group. Rose watched him go, her smirk fading into a thoughtful frown. The tension in the Shadow Realm bar was almost palpable as Eliana approached Rose, her graceful steps drawing the eyes of the surrounding patrons. Whispers rippled through the room, but the two women at the centre of it paid them no mind. Across the bar, Gunnar leaned slightly against the wall, his sharp blue eye following Eliana's every move. His arms crossed, his stance deceptively relaxed, but his attention was fully on the scene unfolding before him. Rose didn't move as Eliana approached, her posture relaxed, her smirk sharp as ever. The faint glow of the bar's ambient light caught the silver bracelet on her wrist as she idly brushed her fingers over it. Her dark eyes studied Eliana, the calculating glint unmistakable. "Well, well," Rose drawled, her voice carrying just enough to make the surrounding patrons strain to listen. "If it isn't the designer herself. I've been wondering when we'd finally meet. What brings you to my little corner of the world?" Eliana stopped a foot away, her violet eyes unwavering. "I came to see if you understand the weight of what you carry." Rose's smirk widened as she lifted her wrist, showing off the bracelet with a flourish. "Oh, this! I understand it just fine. You made sure of that." "It wasn't made to shackle you," Eliana said evenly, her voice steady but unyielding. "It was made to protect you, to protect others." "Protect?" Rose repeated, her smirk sharpening into something more biting. "Is that what you're calling it? Sounds a lot like a leash to me." Eliana's expression didn't falter, her tone calm yet commanding. "A leash is for those who have no control. This is a reminder, one you wear willingly, because you know the cost of losing yourself." For a fraction of a second, Rose's smirk faltered, her eyes narrowing slightly. But she recovered quickly, her tone laced with sarcasm. "Touching. And here I thought you just didn't trust me." "It isn't about trust," Eliana replied, her voice soft but firm. "It's about balance. Chaos has its place, but even it must have boundaries. You know that as well as I do." Rose leaned forward slightly, her elbows resting on the bar as she met Eliana's gaze. Her voice was sharper now, more deliberate. "Boundaries? You mean rules? Funny, coming from someone who doesn't exactly stick to the Guardian handbook from what I hear." Eliana didn't react to the jab, her expression as serene as ever. Perhaps, but breaking a rule to preserve balance is very different from breaking it to spread chaos. For the first time, Rose's smirk softened, her dark eyes flickering with something harder to place: annoyance, respect, or perhaps a hint of vulnerability. "What do you really want, Guardian?" Rose asked, her voice quieter but no less sharp. "You didn't come over here to lecture me." "Not really." Eliana's expression softened slightly, her voice losing some of its edge. "When you're ready to talk, truly talk, with no strings or games, I'll listen." Rose leaned back, her smirk returning but weaker now. "Oh, darling, I don't do strings, but I'll keep that in mind. Just don't hold your breath." Eliana allowed herself a faint smile, dipping her head in acknowledgement. "I'm patient." As Eliana turned and began walking back toward the group, the tension in the room slowly eased. Darren, watching the interaction with undisguised amusement, gave a low whistle as she approached. Eliana hesitated, her gaze briefly flicking back to Rose before settling on Gunnar. Rose couldn't make out what they were saying, but knew it was about her. The Shadow Realm bar settled into its usual rhythm as the pack and their companions left, the hum of whispered conversations and clinking glasses gradually returning. But for Rose, seated at her corner booth, the bar might as well have been silent. Her sharp eyes were fixed on the drink in front of her, though her thoughts were elsewhere, swirling with the weight of what she had seen and what she hadn't yet pieced together. Her smirk, usually a permanent fixture, was absent. Instead, her fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, brushing against the bracelet on her wrist. The sound of heavy footsteps broke through her reverie, and she looked up just in time to see Silas approach, his towering form casting a shadow over her booth. His expression was unreadable, as always, but the faint glint in his eyes betrayed his curiosity. "Well," he said, his voice low and deliberate, "guess you were right. They're both guardians." Rose's fingers stilled, her gaze sharpening as she leaned back in her seat. "Took you long enough to catch up?" Silas ignored the jab, his imposing presence settling into the booth across from her. He steepled his fingers, his dark eyes fixed on her. "Now what?" Rose let out a slow breath, picking up her glass and swirling its contents absently. "That's the question, isn't it? Two guardians, working together. Unheard of. And they're not here for a vacation." "Clearly not," Silas said, his tone dry. "You said they're after balance, but what balance are they here to preserve?" "Or destroy," Rose muttered, her smirk returning faintly. She took a sip of her drink before setting it down and meeting Silas's gaze. "They're not subtle, these two. They're here for something big, something tied to the pack, and probably that gem." Silas tilted his head, his gaze narrowing. "You think it's connected to the gem?" Rose's smirk widened, though it lacked its usual sharpness. "Oh, darling, everything is connected to that gem. Whether it's causing the chaos or just a shiny little pawn in the game, it's at the center of all this." "And what about you?" Silas asked, his tone suddenly cutting. "You've got a vested interest in this now, don't you?" Rose raised an eyebrow, her smirk sharpening. "Don't I always?" Silas leaned forward, his massive frame looming over the table. "This isn't just about you staying one step ahead, Rose. You've stirred the pot, and now you're neck-deep in a game where the players are out of your league." Rose didn't flinch, though her smirk softened slightly. "Darling, I've spent my life playing games with people who thought they were out of my league. I'm still here." Silas studied her for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Finally, he leaned back, his tone softer but no less serious. "Guardians don't act unless they have to. If they're here, it means the balance isn't just tipping, it's breaking. And if you're tied to it, they'll come for you, Rose. Bracelet or no bracelet." For the first time, Rose's composure cracked, her fingers brushing against the bracelet almost reflexively. "Let them try." Silas sighed, shaking his head. "You don't have to face them alone, you know. Not this time." Rose tilted her head, her smirk returning faintly. "Oh, Silas, I appreciate the sentiment, but I've always been better off alone. Silas didn't reply immediately, his gaze steady and thoughtful. Just remember, he said finally, his tone low, the bar has its rules, but even rules won't protect you from what's coming. With that he rose, his towering form retreating into the shadows, leaving Rose alone once more. As the bar returned to its usual hum of activity, Rose sat back in her booth, her smirk fading as she stared at the bracelet on her wrist. The weight of Silas's words lingered, but they didn't dissuade her. If anything, they steeled her resolve. "Guardians," she muttered under her breath, her fingers tightening around her glass. "Let's see what you're really made of." The safe house was quieter than usual, the air heavy with the weight of unanswered questions. Evelyn sat at the table poring over Margot's notes, her brow furrowed in concentration. Across from her, Argos idly traced her claws along the edges of the gem, its faint glow casting eerie patterns on the walls. Caleb, leaning against the counter, watched with an intensity that was hard to miss. The gem pulsed faintly as if reacting to its surroundings. It seemed almost alive, a fact that none of them had fully come to terms with. The bond between Argos and the artifact had been undeniable from the start, but the why and how remained a mystery. "I still don't understand it," Evelyn muttered, her tone frustrated. "There's nothing in these notes about this kind of connection. Artifacts don't just bond with people. At least, not like this." "Maybe it's because it's not from here," Caleb said, his tone thoughtful. "If it's from another realm, the rules might be different." Argos looked up, her sharp yellow eyes narrowing. "You're both talking like I'm not sitting right here." "We're just trying to figure this out," Evelyn replied calmly. "It's not personal." "It feels personal," Argos muttered, her claws tightening around the gem. The faint glow flared slightly, as if responding to her agitation. Caleb straightened, his expression unreadable. "Maybe we're overcomplicating it," he said, moving closer. "Let's test something." Without warning, Caleb reached out and took the gem from Argos's hands. Her eyes widened, and she instinctively reached for it, but Caleb was already stepping back. "What the hell are you doing?" Argos snapped, her voice sharp with panic. "Relax," Caleb said, holding the gem up. "I just want to see something." The room seemed to hold its breath as Caleb took another step back, the gem glowing faintly in his hand. At first, nothing happened. Then, the gem's glow dimmed slightly, its light flickering like a dying flame. "Interesting," Evelyn murmured, her eyes narrowing. "It's not as bright. Maybe the bond is weakening the farther it gets from you." "Give it back," Argos demanded, her claws flexing. She took a step forward, but Caleb held up a hand to stop her. "Wait," he said, his tone firm. "Just let me." The gem suddenly flared with a blinding light, its energy pulsing outward like a shockwave. Caleb stumbled, nearly dropping it, and the glow snapped back to its full intensity as if drawn by an invisible thread. A second later, the gem flew out of Caleb's hands, landing back in Argos's grasp. Caleb stared at her, his eyes wide. "Okay, that was unexpected." Evelyn leaned forward, her expression both curious and concerned. "It's like it won't let itself be separated from you for too long. The bond isn't just emotional, it's physical. That's unsettling." "You think?" Argos snapped, cradling the gem protectively. "Maybe don't try that again." "I wasn't trying to hurt you," Caleb said, his tone defensive. "I just thought—" "You didn't think," Argos interrupted, her voice sharp. "This thing, whatever it is, chose me. I didn't ask for it, and I don't need you messing around with it like it's some toy." Evelyn sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. "Enough, both of you, this isn't helping." After a tense moment, Evelyn spoke again, her tone more measured. "What we just saw confirms something important. The gem isn't just bonded to you, Argos. It's dependent on you. It's not just using you as a host. It needs you. Argos frowned, her claws tightening around the gem. That doesn't make me feel any better. I'm not saying it should, Evelyn replied, but it gives us a clue. Whatever this thing is, it's not just a weapon or an artifact. It's alive, or at least something close to it. Caleb rubbed the back of his neck, his expression conflicted. If it's alive, does that mean it has wants? Needs? Maybe, Evelyn said. And if that's true, we need to figure out what those are. Fast. Argos looked down at the gem, its glow softening as if mirroring her mood. For the first time, she didn't just see it as a burden. It wasn't just something that had attached itself to her. It was something more. I don't know what it wants, she said quietly. But if it needs me, then I guess I don't have a choice. We'll figure it out, Evelyn said firmly. Together. Argos nodded, though her grip on the gem didn't loosen. Caleb opened his mouth to speak, but one look from her sharp yellow eyes silenced him. Next time, she said, her tone icy. Ask first. The safe house was silent except for the faint hum of the gem's glow. Evelyn sat at the table, her fingers tracing patterns on a blank sheet of paper as she considered their next steps. Across from her, Caleb leaned back in his chair, his gaze flicking between Argos and the gem, cradled protectively in her claws. Argos had barely let it out of her grasp since it bonded to her, and that bond had already proven to be more than just symbolic. But there was still so much they didn't understand, and Evelyn wasn't one to leave questions unanswered. I have an idea, Evelyn said suddenly, breaking the silence. Argos raised an eyebrow, her claws tightening reflexively around the gem. That doesn't sound reassuring. It's simple, Evelyn said, her tone calm but firm. I want you to set the gem on the table and slowly walk away from it. I want to see how it reacts, and how you feel. Argos frowned, her yellow eyes narrowing. What's that supposed to prove? We need to understand the bond, Evelyn replied. How far it extends, if it's purely physical, or if there's something else to it. Caleb nodded, though his expression was cautious. She's got a point. If the gem freaks out again, like it did when I grabbed it, we need to know why. Reluctantly, Argos set the gem on the center of the table. Its glow dimmed slightly as it left her grasp, but it remained steady, pulsing faintly, like a heartbeat. She stood still for a moment, her claws flexing at her sides as she glanced between Evelyn and Caleb. Okay, she said, her tone clipped. Now what? Take a step back, Evelyn instructed. Argos hesitated but complied, taking one slow step away from the table. The gem's glow flickered briefly, but nothing else happened. Encouraged, Evelyn nodded. Keep going, slowly. Argos took another step and then another. As she moved farther away, the gem's glow dimmed, its pulses growing weaker. A faint tug began to pull at Argos's chest, a sensation she couldn't quite place. By the time she reached the edge of the room, the gem was barely glowing, its light reduced to a faint flicker. How do you feel? Evelyn asked, her voice steady but laced with curiosity. Like, I'm being stretched, Argos admitted, her claws clenching at her sides. It's not painful exactly, but it's uncomfortable. Caleb frowned, leaning forward. What kind of uncomfortable? Argos shook her head, her expression tense. Like something's pulling at me, like I'm supposed to go back. Before Evelyn could respond, the gem's flickering stopped. Its glow surged suddenly, its light pulsing in rapid bursts. The faint hum grew louder, filling the room with an almost palpable energy. Is it supposed to do that? Caleb asked, his voice rising with alarm. I don't think so, Evelyn muttered, her eyes narrowing. Argos, take a step forward. Argos didn't need to be told twice. She moved back toward the table, the pulling sensation in her chest easing with every step. As soon as she reached the gem, its glow stabilized, the pulses slowing to a steady rhythm. The hum faded, leaving the room in silence once more. Evelyn leaned back in her chair, her expression thoughtful. Interesting. What the hell was that? Argos demanded, snatching the gem off the table. The moment it touched her claws, the pulling sensation disappeared entirely. "The bond is stronger than I thought," Evelyn said, her tone measured. "It's not just emotional or physical, it's existential. The gem doesn't just need you, Argos. It's tied to you in a way that defies normal logic." "Great," Argos muttered, holding the gem tightly. "So I'm stuck with it." "It's more than that," Evelyn said, her gaze distant as she considered the implications. "The gem isn't just bonded to you. It's connected to your very essence. Moving too far away from it disrupts that connection, and the gem doesn't like it." Caleb leaned forward, his expression troubled. "So, what happens if someone forces them apart?" Evelyn didn't answer immediately, her eyes dark with concern. "I don't know, but I don't think it would end well, for either of them." Argos looked down at the gem in her hands, its glow steady and reassuring. For the first time, she didn't just see it as a burden. It was a part of her now, whether she liked it or not. And whatever it wanted, whatever it needed, was tied to her in ways she couldn't yet understand. "Well," she said finally, her tone dry but laced with a hint of resignation. "Guess I'm stuck with you, aren't I?" The gem pulsed faintly, as if in response. The Shadow Realm bar was alive with its usual energy, a swirl of whispered negotiations, magical tensions, and quiet laughter blending with the hum of the otherworldly wards. Rose sat in her corner booth, her dark eyes scanning the room. The glowing liquid in her glass mirrored the faint luminescence of the enchanted runes etched into the walls. She twirled the drink absent-mindedly, her thoughts distant yet sharp. Tonight, however, her keen attention sharpened as the door to the bar swung open with a deliberate, ominous creak. The instant Ravina stepped through the doorway, the atmosphere in the bar shifted. Conversations faltered, and every supernatural instinct in the room seemed to buzz with alarm. Her human guise was flawless, but the sheer weight of her aura, a chaotic storm barely restrained, made the air feel electric. Ravina's gaze swept the room like a predator surveying her prey, and the crowd parted without hesitation. The hush deepened as her sharp, cutting smile landed squarely on Rose. Rose's grip on her glass tightened, but her expression remained composed. She leaned back, tilting her head slightly as Ravina approached with unhurried grace. "Rose," Ravina drawled, her voice smooth as silk and twice as sharp. "The queen of this charming little kingdom. I've been meaning to pay you a visit." Rose's smirk was razor-thin. "And here you are," she replied coolly. "Uninvited, naturally, though boldness is often mistaken for purpose." Ravina chuckled softly, the sound carrying a dangerous edge. Without waiting for permission, she leaned against the edge of Rose's table, her every movement exuding confidence. "Oh, there's purpose," she said lightly. "I've been stirring the pot lately. Chaos here, a little destruction there. And I couldn't help but wonder how the queen of this little haven feels about her borders being tested." Rose leaned forward slightly, her smirk sharpening. "Tested? That's a generous term for poking a bear. Bold words for someone who walked in here alone." Ravina tilted her head, her smile widening. "Alone? Chaos doesn't need an entourage, darling. It's everywhere. Even here." The room seemed to hold its collective breath as the tension between the two women thickened. Ravina's gaze flicked to Rose's wrist where the faint glint of the magic-dampening bracelet caught the light. Her smile turned mocking. "Speaking of here," Ravina murmured, her tone low and conspiratorial. "How's your little accessory treating you? Alfheim made, isn't it? I imagine wearing it comes with a cost." Rose's smirk faltered, but only for the briefest moment. "Careful, Ravina," she said softly, her voice laced with warning. "Pushing your luck is fun until the ground crumbles beneath you." Ravina leaned in slightly, her eyes gleaming with wicked amusement. "Oh, darling, I don't push. I unravel." The bar seemed to shiver with the tension as Rose slowly stood, her movements deliberate and menacing. The faint hum of restrained magic crackled around her as she placed her hands on the table, leaning forward to meet Ravina's gaze. "You think you're chaos incarnate?" Rose said, her voice low and icy. "Let me make one thing clear. You're not the first to walk into my domain thinking you can shake things up, and you won't be the last to regret it." Ravina's laugh was rich and taunting, cutting through the heavy air. She rose gracefully, brushing imaginary dust from her coat. "Regret? Where's the fun in that?" "Don't worry. I'm not here to fight. Not yet." Her gaze swept the room one last time, landing on Rose with a glint of defiance. "But chaos has a way of finding its way in, doesn't it? Enjoy your little kingdom while it lasts." With a final mocking smile, Ravina turned and strolled out of the bar, leaving a stunned silence in her wake. As the door swung shut, the hum of conversations resumed, though quieter and more hesitant than before. Rose remained standing, her dark eyes fixed on the door. Slowly, she sat back down, her smirk fading as she traced the rim of her glass with one finger. "Silas," she said quietly. The bar manager appeared at her side almost instantly, his expression cautious. "What now?" Rose's smirk returned, though it didn't reach her eyes. "She wants chaos? Fine, let her have it. But I want her to learn whose kingdom this really is." Silas nodded, his dark gaze thoughtful. "You sure about this? She's not someone to underestimate." "Neither am I," Rose replied, her tone sharp. "Find out everything you can about her, who she is, what she's planning, and why she's so eager to test me." Silas hesitated for a moment before inclining his head. "Consider it done." As Silas disappeared into the shadows, Rose leaned back, her fingers brushing the bracelet on her wrist. The faint hum of its magic was a reminder of her own limitations, but also of the power she still wielded. "Let's see who unravels who," she murmured to herself, her dark eyes glittering with determination. The Shadow Realm bar had regained its usual rhythm after Ravina's dramatic exit, but Rose wasn't fooled. The undercurrent of unease among the patrons was palpable. Whispers about the chaos Ravina represented rippled through the room like wildfire. Even her most loyal informants seemed unsettled. Seated in her corner booth, Rose swirled the glowing amber liquid in her glass, her dark eyes fixed on the faintly glowing runes in the bar's walls. For all her confidence and sharp wit, the memory of Ravina's taunts gnawed at her. Rose sighed and pulled out her phone. There was only one person who might have insight into Ravina's movements. Darren. She hated calling him. His smugness was infuriating, his sarcasm grating, and yet he had a knack for being in the middle of things. With a resigned flick of her finger, she tapped his name. The phone rang twice before his annoyingly familiar voice answered, dripping with amusement. "What's the matter, sweetheart? Your little kingdom fall apart already?" Rose rolled her eyes, her grip tightening on the phone. "Darren, darling, we need to talk." "I was just sitting here thinking how peaceful my life's been lately," Darren drawled, stretching out the moment as only he could. Rose's patience was thin. "Cut the theatrics. It's about Ravina." That caught his attention, even if he tried to hide it. "Ah, Ravina," he said lightly. "Chaos incarnate. Sounds like a you problem." Rose clenched her teeth, her voice snapping with irritation. "Don't be obtuse. I'm offering information." "Are you?" Darren replied, his tone maddeningly casual. "And here I thought you just wanted an excuse to hear my voice." "Darren—" "Sorry," he interrupted, the grin evident in his voice. "Can't hear you over all the grovelling. Look, I'd love to chat, but I'm busy. Tell Ravina I said hi." Before Rose could respond, the line went dead. She stared at the phone, a mix of fury and reluctant admiration bubbling to the surface. He had nerve. She'd give him that. Rose inhaled deeply and dialed again, her temper simmering. When Darren picked up this time, his tone was as insufferable as ever. "Rose, you called back. I knew you couldn't quit me." You're impossible, Rose hissed. Fine, neutral ground. You pick the place. Darren, ever the showman, dragged out his response just long enough to test her patience further. There's a park on the edge of town, he said finally. Big fountain, lots of benches, plenty of witnesses. You know the one? Fine, Rose snapped. Half an hour. She hung up before he could reply, her mind already spinning. This wasn't just about Ravina. If she wanted to track the pack's movements, now was the time to set the plan in motion. The park was bathed in the golden light of late afternoon, the long shadows stretching across the paths. Rose arrived precisely on time, her sleek black coat swishing around her legs as she moved with purpose. Her sharp eyes catalogued every detail: the exits, the sparse crowd, and of course, Darren, lounging near the fountain like he hadn't a care in the world. Thunderstrike rested against his shoulder and Rose's lip curled faintly. She hated that weapon, not because it was dangerous, but because it embodied Darren's straightforwardness. He was infuriatingly predictable, and yet somehow it worked for him. You came armed, Rose said as she approached, her voice laced with sarcasm. Should I be flattered or insulted? Darren's grin widened as he stood, his casual demeanour unshaken. Take your pick. Figured I'd play it safe. You're unpredictable. Half the charm, half the danger. Rose rolled her eyes, brushing past him to sit on the bench. Let's skip the charm and get to the point. Darren sat beside her, his smirk fading slightly. All right, Rose. No games. What's this really about? Rose hesitated, her fingers brushing the bracelet on her wrist. For all her cunning, she hated showing vulnerability, and Darren had a way of prying it out of her. It's Ravina, she said finally, her voice quieter than usual. She's testing boundaries. Mine, yours, everyone's. She's after something bigger, and I don't know what it is. Darren studied her for a moment, his smirk returning faintly. Not knowing, that's what's got you rattled. Rose's gaze snapped to his, her eyes narrowing. You don't get it. She's chaos personified. She doesn't just fight, she dismantles. She doesn't have rules, Darren. That makes her dangerous. And so are you, he said simply. So why call me? What do you really want? For a moment, Rose's mask slipped. She looked at him, truly looked at him. And for the first time, she considered telling him everything. But then she remembered the bracelet on her wrist, the power it suppressed, and the price of letting her guard down. You think I'm going to trust you? She asked, her tone cutting. Hand over everything I've built so you can play the hero? No, Darren replied, his voice steady. But I think you could use an ally who doesn't want to stab you in the back the second you turn around. The silence between them was heavy. Finally, Rose let out a soft, humourless laugh. You're annoyingly persistent. It's one of my better qualities, Darren said with a grin. Rose shook her head, her smirk returning but weaker than before. Fine. No games, as you said. I'll tell you what I know about Ravina. But after this, we're even. Got it? Deal, Darren replied. As Rose began to explain, her fingers brushed the tiny tracker she'd slipped into her coat pocket earlier. When the moment was right, she'd plant it on him. Just another small step in staying ahead of the chaos. Rose watched Darren walk away from the fountain, his stride relaxed but purposeful. Thunderstrike slung casually over his shoulder. She waited a beat before moving, her sharp gaze tracking his every step. The faint smirk on her lips belied the calculating thoughts running through her mind. Her fingers brushed the small, innocuous tracker hidden in her pocket. Silas had provided it just hours earlier, his warnings about playing with fire still echoing in her ears. Rose didn't care. Fire was her playground, and if she couldn't outmaneuver someone like Ravina alone, she'd use every tool at her disposal, even one as insufferable as Darren. She stepped lightly, her heels clicking softly on the pavement as she caught up to him. Her pace was measured, deliberate, each step calculated to close the distance just enough without drawing suspicion. Darren, she called out, her voice smooth and sharp. He stopped, half turning with an arched brow. Change your mind about being helpful already? Rose ignored the jab, her smirk unwavering as she approached. Just one more thing before you go gallivanting off into your next disaster. Darren's grin widened as he shifted Thunderstrike against his shoulder. Oh, please, enlighten me. She stopped just short of him, leaning in slightly as her eyes locked onto his. You're going to need more than that oversized shotgun if you plan on keeping up with me, darling. Thunderstrike's not for keeping up, Darren replied, his tone light but his posture subtly guarded. It's for keeping idiots in line. Rose chuckled, the sound low and rich as she reached out, brushing an imaginary speck of dust from his shoulder. Well, we wouldn't want anyone mistaking you for an idiot, now would we? Darren gave her a wry look, clearly unimpressed but not entirely immune to her charm. Is there a point to this, Rose? Or are you just here to boost my ego? Her smirk sharpened, and in one fluid motion she patted his shoulder. Let's call it a little insurance policy, for both our sakes. As her hand lingered for the briefest of moments, Rose deftly slipped the tracker into a small seam on his coat. The motion was seamless, her practiced fingers ensuring it was tucked away where it would remain unnoticed. She straightened, her expression the picture of nonchalance. Darren tilted his head, his grin returning. You're up to something. Always, Rose replied smoothly. She stepped back, folding her arms as her smirk softened. Stay alive, Darren. I'd hate to lose my favorite punching bag. He snorted, adjusting Thunderstrike with a casual shrug. Don't worry about me, Your Majesty. Worry about yourself. As Darren turned and continued down the path, Rose allowed her smirk to fade into something more serious. She touched the bracelet on her wrist, the cool metal grounding her thoughts. The tracker was a risk, but it was a necessary one. Ravina wasn't the only threat in play, and if Darren's pack was as tied to this chaos as she suspected, knowing their movements was crucial. From her pocket, she pulled out her phone, opening a secure app Silas had set up. A faint blip appeared on the map, moving steadily away from the park. Got you, Rose murmured, her lips curling into a satisfied smile. The Shadow Realm bar had settled into its usual rhythm, but Rose wasn't in the mood to revel in the chatter or schemes unfolding around her. She sat in her corner booth, tapping her nails against the glass of her half-empty drink, her dark eyes fixed on the doorway. She had followed Darren after their little meeting earlier, her curiosity piqued by his cryptic remarks about Ravina. He hadn't gone far, just far enough to climb into a sleek black Hummer and drive off without so much as a backward glance. Of course he drives a tank, she muttered under her breath, swirling her drink, subtle as a wrecking ball. Her gaze flicked to her phone sitting on the table beside her. She didn't like asking for help, but if she wanted to follow Darren without compromising herself further, she needed someone mobile, someone disposable, someone like Caleb. She smirked as she picked up the phone, scrolling to his name in her contacts. With a tap, she brought the phone to her ear, her expression shifting into something dangerously close to sweet. Caleb's voice came through after a couple of rings, wary and faintly annoyed. Rose? What's this about? Rose leaned back in her chair, her smirk sharpening. Caleb, darling, tell me you have something resembling transportation. There was a pause. Yeah, why? Rose's tone turned syrupy, though the sharpness beneath it was impossible to miss. Because your favourite goblin friend and her merry band of misfits just became my key to tracking down something rather elusive. Caleb sighed audibly. You want me to drive you? Is this about Argos? Rose sidestepped the question effortlessly. Let's just say our interests are aligning. Besides, wouldn't you like to know what Darren's up to? There was a longer pause this time. Wait, Caleb said slowly. You're following Darren? That guy with the shotgun? Yes, him, Rose replied, rolling her eyes. And he just drove off in a Hummer like he's auditioning for the next action blockbuster. I need to follow him, and you're coming with me. No arguments. Caleb's voice carried equal parts resignation and suspicion. This better not end with me being dragged into one of your schemes, Rose. Rose's laugh was sharp and amused. Oh, Caleb, what's life without a little adventure? Pick me up at the bar and try not to take forever." 15 minutes later, Caleb pulled up outside the Shadow Realm bar in a dusty, well-loved SUV. Rose stood on the curb, her sleek black coat flowing around her like liquid shadow. Her sharp eyes assessed the vehicle, her lips twitching in barely concealed disdain. "Charming," she said dryly, climbing into the passenger seat. "It suits you." Caleb smirked, adjusting the rearview mirror as she settled in. "Don't knock it. It gets the job done." Rose crossed her legs gracefully, her smirk returning. "I'll believe that when we catch up to him." As they pulled away from the bar, Rose's sharp gaze locked onto the faint tyre tracks left by Darren's Hummer. The streets grew quieter as they drove, the city giving way to the sprawling outskirts. "Do you even know where he's going?" Caleb asked, his tone tinged with exasperation. Rose tilted her head, her smirk widening. "Not yet. But Darren's not exactly known for his subtlety. Wherever he's headed, it'll be hard to miss." Caleb glanced at her, his brow furrowing. "You really think this guy's worth tailing? He seems like the type to sniff us out before we get close." Rose's expression turned sharp. "He's worth tailing because he knows more than he lets on. And I intend to find out exactly what he's keeping to himself." The tension in the car was thick as they continued down the winding road. Rose's gaze flicked to the glowing bracelet on her wrist, a constant reminder of the stakes. If Darren had answers about Ravina or the drug spreading through the supernatural world, she needed them. And she wasn't above using Caleb to get what she wanted. Caleb tightened his grip on the wheel, his expression unreadable. "This better not blow up in our faces," Rose chuckled, leaning back in her seat. "Oh, Caleb, where's the fun in playing it safe?" The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and the faint rustle of unseen creatures. Rose shoved her door open with a huff, stepping out of the truck and into the eerie stillness of the dirt road. Her heels crunched on the gravel as she straightened, her sharp gaze sweeping the surrounding forest. A shiver ran down her spine, though she'd never admit it, not to Caleb, and certainly not to herself. "I hate the woods," she muttered, brushing an imaginary speck of dirt off her coat. "Yeah, no kidding," Caleb replied from the driver's seat, still fiddling with the ignition. "Weird noises, bugs, and now a dead truck. It's paradise." Rose shot him a glare, her dark eyes glinting in the dim light. "Spare me the commentary. I'll figure out what's going on." As Caleb muttered curses at the unresponsive engine, Rose wandered a few steps away from the truck. The faint hum of magic in the air prickled at the edge of her awareness, drawing her attention to the tall, ancient trees surrounding them. Her eyes narrowed as she noticed faint etchings on one of the trunks, runes carved with precision and glowing faintly in the darkness. "Interesting," she murmured, stepping closer. Her fingers brushed the rough bark, tracing the intricate symbols. They weren't immediately recognizable, but their craftsmanship was undeniable. Elegant and deliberate, designed to blend seamlessly with the natural world. "What is it?" Caleb called, glancing over his shoulder. Rose didn't answer immediately, her gaze shifting upward. She spotted a glint of metal nestled high in the branches, a tiny skillfully concealed security camera. Her smirk returned, sharp and knowing. "Well, well," she said, her voice carrying a note of satisfaction. "Someone's been busy." Caleb got out of the truck, his boots crunching on the gravel as he approached. "What are you talking about?" Rose gestured toward the runes and the hidden camera. "This isn't just a random dirt road. Someone's protecting this place." "Protecting it?" Caleb frowned, following her gaze. "Or hiding it?" "Does it matter?" Rose replied, turning back toward the road. "Either way, I intend to find out." They walked in silence, the night pressing in around them. The road surface was well worn, and Caleb's sharp eye for detail didn't miss the subtle signs of frequent use. "For a dirt road in the middle of nowhere, this gets a lot of traffic," he observed, his voice low. "Look at the tyre tracks, different sizes, and they're fresh." Rose nodded, though her focus was ahead. Her sharp gaze caught the faint glow of lights in the distance, flickering like a beacon in the darkness. "There," she said, her voice taut with purpose. "Something's up ahead." Caleb hesitated. "Are you sure we should—" "Yes," Rose interrupted, her tone brooking no argument. "Keep moving." As they advanced, the forest seemed to grow quieter, the usual hum of nocturnal life fading into an unsettling stillness. The glow of the lights grew stronger, resolving into a cluster of faintly illuminated structures partially obscured by the trees. Rose stopped abruptly, holding up a hand. Caleb halted beside her, his eyes narrowing as he followed her gaze. The buildings were faintly modern but blended seamlessly with the forest, their edges softened by vines and moss. The faint hum of magic radiated from the area, subtle but unmistakable. "Someone went to a lot of trouble to keep this place hidden," Rose said quietly, her voice edged with intrigue. Caleb tilted his head, his brows furrowing. "But why? And who?" Rose smirked, the sharp gleam in her eyes returning. Only one way to find out. The forest had gone silent. Not just quiet, but a suffocating, unnatural silence that pressed in on Rose and Caleb like an unseen hand. The faint glow of the distant lights flickered between the trees, tantalizingly close. But neither of them moved. Caleb's instincts screamed at him to turn back, every fibre of his being warning that they were somewhere they shouldn't be. "I don't like this," he said, his voice low. "Something's off." "Oh, grow a spine," Rose shot back, her tone dismissive, but her sharp eyes betrayed her unease. She glanced around the darkened woods, her fingers brushing the bracelet on her wrist. "It's just some overgrown garden. What's the worst that could—" A deep, resonant howl tore through the air, cutting her off mid-sentence. It wasn't just loud, it was primal, vibrating through the ground and rattling their very bones. The sound was raw power, a declaration of dominance that left no room for interpretation. Caleb froze, his wide eyes scanning the shadows. "That's not just a wolf." "No kidding," Rose muttered, her sarcasm faltering as she gripped the lapels of her coat. For the first time in a long while, her confidence wavered. "That" sounded big. The underbrush ahead rustled, and a massive shape materialized from the shadows. Alpha, his fur dark as midnight, stepped into the faint moonlight. His golden eyes glowed, locking onto Rose and Caleb with an unsettling intelligence. "Oh, hell no," Caleb whispered, taking a step back. "We're leaving. Now." Rose, ever the contrarian, tilted her head, studying the massive wolf. "It's just a dog," she said, though her voice lacked its usual bite. Alpha's lips curled back in what could only be described as a grin, revealing rows of gleaming teeth. He took a slow, deliberate step forward, his massive paws making no sound on the forest floor. His gaze never wavered from Rose, as if daring her to keep talking. "See," Rose said, forcing a smirk. "Friendly." Caleb grabbed her arm, his voice a low hiss. "Friendly? That thing is the size of a horse, Rose. We are not sticking around to find out how many bones it can break in one bite." Before Rose could retort, another howl echoed through the trees, this one lighter but no less haunting. Omega, the half-dire wolf, emerged from the brush to Alpha's right. Sleek and muscular, her silver-grey fur shimmered in the dim light, and her sharp eyes flicked between the intruders. "Two of them," Caleb whispered, his voice climbing an octave. "This is bad. This is so bad." "Relax," Rose said, though she was inching back. "They're just curious." Alpha's head tilted slightly, his golden eyes narrowing. Then, with deliberate slowness, he lowered his massive body into a crouch, his tail swishing behind him. The motion was unmistakable, a predator preparing to pounce. Caleb let out a strangled noise that could barely be called a word. "Nope, nope, we're done. I'm out." Rose opened her mouth, probably to issue another sarcastic comment, but before she could, Alpha lunged, not at them, but into the brush beside them, his massive form disappearing in an instant. Both of them jumped back, Rose letting out a very uncharacteristic yelp. "What's he doing?" Caleb asked, his voice cracking. He spun around, trying to track Alpha's movements in the shadows. "Where did he go?" Rose pressed a hand to her chest, trying to regain her composure. "He's just messing with us. Wolves do that, right? They play." From somewhere behind them, a deep growl rumbled far too close for comfort. "Not the kind of play I'm interested in," Caleb snapped. "We're leaving. Right now." Just as they turned to retreat, a third howl pierced the night, this one higher and lighter than Alpha or Omega's. It was Beta, her sleek grey form darting between the trees, cutting off their path back to the truck. "Oh, come on," Caleb groaned, throwing his hands in the air. "Is this a family reunion?" The trio of wolves circled them now, their eyes glinting in the moonlight. Alpha's deep growl was punctuated by Omega's soft snarls, while Beta moved with a playful, almost taunting swiftness. And then it happened. Alpha threw his head back and let loose a howl so powerful, so raw, it seemed to shake the very trees. Omega and Beta joined in, their voices harmonizing into a haunting, otherworldly melody. The sound was so overwhelming that both Rose and Caleb instinctively dropped into crouches, their hands covering their ears. "Fine!" Rose shouted over the howling, her voice tinged with both anger and panic. "We're leaving! You win!" The wolves didn't stop howling as Rose and Caleb scrambled back toward the truck. Caleb grabbed Rose's arm, half dragging her as she muttered a string of curses under her breath. "This is why I hate the woods," she snapped as they reached the vehicle, the wolves still watching from the shadows, their glowing eyes tracking their every move. Caleb threw himself into the driver's seat, slamming the door behind him. "You're the one who wanted to come out here." Rose climbed in after him, slamming her door shut with equal force. "Don't you dare say I told you so." The engine sputtered to life, finally, and Caleb didn't waste a second, reversing down the dirt road at breakneck speed. The wolves watched from the tree line, their glowing eyes the last thing visible as the truck disappeared into the night. Once they were back on the main road, the adrenaline started to ebb. Caleb's knuckles were white on the steering wheel, while Rose stared out the window, her expression a mix of irritation and lingering unease. "Well," Caleb said, his voice still shaking. "That was terrifying." Rose's smirk returned, though it lacked its usual edge. "I've had worse." Caleb glanced at her, incredulous. "Worse than a pack of wolves the size of trucks?" Rose didn't answer, her gaze fixed on the glowing bracelet on her wrist. "Drive faster, Caleb." The SUV roared down the road, its engine protesting as Caleb pushed it harder than it had ever been pushed before. His grip on the steering wheel was white-knuckled, his jaw set in a tense line. Beside him, Rose leaned back in her seat, her dark eyes fixed on the road ahead, her usual air of composure restored, at least outwardly. "You didn't have to floor it," Rose said dryly, her tone laced with sarcasm. "We're not being chased." Caleb shot her a sharp glare, his voice cracking with frustration. "Not being chased? Those weren't regular wolves, Rose. One of them was the size of a truck. A truck, Rose. And it was grinning at us." Rose waved a hand dismissively. "Wolves don't grin." "Then what the hell was that thing doing?" Caleb snapped, his voice rising. "Because it sure wasn't looking for belly rubs." By the time they pulled into the driveway of the safe house, Caleb's nerves were still frayed. He killed the engine with a jerky twist of the key and sat there for a moment, gripping the steering wheel as if it might ground him. Rose opened her door with her usual grace, stepping out and smoothing her coat. "Honestly, Caleb, you're overreacting." "Overreacting," Caleb repeated, his voice cracking as he scrambled out of the SUV. "Rose, those wolves weren't normal. They weren't even supernatural. They were something else entirely." Rose smirked, tilting her head at him. "Oh, come on. They were just big." Caleb threw his hands in the air. Big! Rose! One of them howled, and I swear I felt my soul leave my body. The front door of the safe house opened, and Evelyn stepped out, her brows furrowing as she took in the scene. Argos, in her human form, peeked over Evelyn's shoulder, her expression curious. "What's going on?" Evelyn asked, her sharp eyes scanning Caleb and Rose. "We went for a drive," Rose said smoothly, her smirk widening. "Caleb got spooked by a few wildlife sightings." Caleb's jaw dropped and he pointed an accusing finger at her. "Don't you dare downplay this. They weren't just wolves, they were monsters." The group gathered in the living room where Caleb continued to pace, his agitation infectious. Rose leaned against the armrest of a chair, watching him with mild amusement, while Evelyn and Argos listened intently. "So let me get this straight," Evelyn said, folding her arms. "You two went for a drive and you ran into wolves?" "Not just wolves," Caleb said, his voice firm. "The wolves. There were 3 of them, and the big one, Alpha, or whatever you want to call it, was playing with us, like a cat with a mouse." Argos tilted her head, her brow furrowing. "Alpha? That sounds familiar." Evelyn frowned, her gaze sharpening. "You're sure they were wolves?" "Oh, I'm sure," Caleb said, flopping into a chair. "I'll never forget those eyes. They were too smart, too calculating." "And they didn't attack you?" Evelyn pressed. "Didn't need to," Caleb muttered. "One look, and we knew we didn't belong there." Rose finally straightened, brushing imaginary dust off her coat. It was their territory, plain and simple, and they let us know it. Loudly. Evelyn turned to Rose, her expression sceptical. "And you thought it was a good idea to wander into their territory?" Rose's smirk returned, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. "I was curious. It's not every day you see such impressive security measures." "Security measures?" Evelyn asked, raising a brow. Rose nodded, her tone turning serious. The area was warded, heavily. Runes on the trees, cameras hidden in the branches. Someone's protecting that place, and those wolves are part of it. Evelyn exchanged a glance with Argos, who shifted uneasily. "It sounds like guardianship magic," Evelyn said slowly. "Like what the Fae use to protect sacred sites." Argos paled slightly. "Caleb, you said one of them was called Alpha. That name means something back home." Caleb threw his hands up again. "Great. Fantastic. Ancient Fae wolves. That makes it so much better." Rose chuckled softly. "Relax, Caleb. They didn't hurt us." "Not yet," Caleb shot back. "But I guarantee you, if we'd stuck around 5 more minutes, we'd be wolf chow." Argos crossed her arms, frowning. "If they're guarding something, maybe we should find out what." Caleb stared at her, incredulous. "Find out what? Did you not hear what I just said? They were the size of trucks, Argos." Evelyn placed a calming hand on Caleb's shoulder, her voice measured. "We'll need more information before we do anything. If those wolves are Fae guardians, they're bound to something important. But we need to be sure before we get involved." Rose nodded, her smirk fading. "Agreed. And next time, Caleb, I'll let you pick the adventure." Caleb groaned, leaning back in his chair. "No more adventures, ever." Argos leaned closer to Evelyn, her voice quiet but insistent. "If those wolves are what I think they are, this might be bigger than we realized." Rose's sharp ears caught the comment, and she raised a brow. "Bigger how?" Argos hesitated, then looked up, her expression serious. "They might be tied to the old Fae courts, the ones who ruled before my time." Rose tilted her head, intrigued. Well, well, looks like we're not done yet." The safe house was quiet except for the faint hum of the appliances and the occasional creak of the floorboards. Argos paced the length of the living room, her movements deliberate, her sharp mind piecing together fragments of a plan. Caleb, still jittery from their encounter in the woods, sat at the edge of the couch nursing a glass of water. Rose lounged in a chair, her legs crossed, her expression cool and distant. but her eyes betrayed her curiosity as she watched Argos. Finally, Argos stopped and turned to face them. "All right," she said, her tone crisp and commanding. "I need to know everything you saw out there, every detail down to the last twig." Caleb frowned, setting his glass down. "You're not serious? You're actually thinking about going back there?" "Not thinking," Argos replied, her voice sharp. "Planning. There's a difference." Caleb threw his hands up in exasperation. "Fine. You want details? Here's what I remember. Giant wolves. One the size of a truck, by the way. Runes carved into the trees and a bunch of cameras hidden in the branches. Oh, and the road had more traffic than I've ever seen for a place in the middle of nowhere." Argos nodded, her sharp eyes narrowing in thought. "Good. Anything else? Smells? Sounds?" Caleb hesitated, then rubbed the back of his neck. The air felt heavy, like there was magic everywhere, but it wasn't just floating around, it was focused. "Contained," Rose chimed in, her voice lazy but precise. "And the wolves weren't just wandering, they were patrolling, coordinated. They knew we were there the second we stepped out of the truck." Argos tapped a finger against her lips, her mind working furiously. Coordinated wolves, runes, hidden cameras. That means layered security, magical and mundane. "And impossible to sneak past," Caleb added pointedly. "Let's not forget that part." Rose leaned forward slightly, her smirk returning. "The wolves are smart, especially the big one, Alpha. He didn't just intimidate us, he played with us. He wanted us to know we were out of our depth. That howl of his, it wasn't just a warning, it was a message." Argos raised an eyebrow. "And the message was?" "Run while you still can," Rose said, her voice laced with amusement. "Great," Caleb muttered. "So, you're planning to walk straight into the jaws of something that told us to leave." Argos crossed her arms, her gaze steady. "I'm not planning to walk into their jaws. I'm planning to find out what they're protecting and why. Look, I've been running since I got to this realm. Running from Draven, from his goons, from every threat that's come my way. This is my chance to take control, to stop reacting and start acting." Her voice softened, but her determination remained fierce. "I'm good at this. I've stolen from vaults guarded by dragons, snuck past fey courts brimming with enchantments. This is what I do." Caleb opened his mouth to protest, but Rose interrupted, her smirk widening. "She's got a point, you know. If anyone can pull this off, it's her." Argos turned to Rose, her expression serious. "Then I need every detail you can remember about that road, those runes, the wolves' movements. Anything you noticed, no matter how small." Rose's dark eyes glinted. "Fine. But if we're doing this, we're doing it smart." The group gathered around the table, Caleb reluctantly pulling out a map of the area. Rose and Caleb marked the road, the tree line, and the approximate locations of the runes and cameras. Evelyn joined them, her sharp mind picking apart the magical elements of the security. "We'll need a way to disrupt the magical wards without alerting the wolves," Evelyn said, her fingers tracing the map. "The cameras are easy enough to handle, but those runes, that's Fey-level work. They'll sense it if we tamper with them." Argos leaned over the table, studying the map. "What if we don't tamper with them? What if we use them?" Evelyn frowned. "What do you mean?" "The runes are probably tied to the wolves' patrols," Argos explained. "If we can figure out the pattern, we can use it to move when they're elsewhere. Timing is everything." Rose tilted her head, impressed despite herself. "You really do think like a thief." "Like a professional," Argos corrected, her lips quirking in a faint smile. Caleb shook his head, his voice rising. "This is insane. Those wolves aren't just guarding a site, they're guarding a secret. Something that no one wants found. Do you really want to be the one who finds it?" Argos's smile faded, replaced by a steely resolve. "Yes, because if we don't figure out what's going on, we'll always be at someone else's mercy. Draven, the wolves, whoever's pulling the strings. We need answers. Caleb groaned, rubbing his temples. Fine, but if this goes south, I'm saying I told you so. Rose chuckled softly. Fair enough. But for now, let's focus on not getting eaten. With the details laid out and the team aligned, if reluctantly, Argos stepped into her element. She worked with Evelyn to refine the magical countermeasures, with Rose to identify the tactical risks, and with Caleb to prepare for contingencies. As they finalized their plan, the tension in the room shifted from fear to determination. Argos was no longer the runaway. She was the leader, the one who saw opportunity where others saw danger. All right, Argos said, her sharp eyes scanning the team. We've got one shot at this. Let's make it count. The group was still gathered around the table when Rose leaned back in her chair, crossing one leg over the other. Her sharp eyes rested on Argos, and for the first time since they'd started planning, Rose's smirk softened into something close to approval. All right, Master Thief, Rose said, her voice laced with dry amusement. If you're going to pull this off, tell me. What do you need? Argos didn't hesitate. Light dampening fabric, enchanted or otherwise. Smoke bombs, preferably ones that can interfere with magical detection. A decent set of lockpicks if we're dealing with any physical barriers. And, she glanced at Evelyn, something to counter the Fey wards, if they react to me. Evelyn nodded, already making a mental list. I can whip up something for the wards. Might take a day or two to get the balance right. Rose raised a brow. Anything else? Snacks, perhaps? A comfortable chair for when you inevitably get caught? Argos's lips quirked in a faint smirk. If you're offering, I won't say no. Caleb, still leaning against the wall, crossed his arms. This is insane. You're asking for supplies like we're shopping for groceries when what we're doing is practically suicide. Rose rolled her eyes, waving a hand dismissively. Relax, Caleb. It's not like we're storming a castle. Yet. Rose's tone shifted, her smirk fading into something more serious. We wait for the new moon. It's in 3 days. The darkness will work in our favor, and it gives us time to get what we need. Argos frowned, glancing at the map. 3 days? That's a long time to wait. It's not just about supplies, Rose said, her gaze narrowing. It's about timing. If we rush in now, we're working blind. The new moon gives us cover and time to scout for any surprises. Evelyn nodded in agreement. She's right. Magical wards tied to the moon's phases can behave differently depending on the lunar cycle. If we're lucky, some of the defenses might even weaken slightly during the dark phase. Caleb threw up his hands. Great. Let's just hope the wolves take a 3-day vacation while we're at it. Rose tapped the map, her tone turning brisk. Here's the plan. Evelyn, you're in charge of crafting whatever Argos needs to deal with the wards. Caleb, see what you can scrounge up from the black market for the rest of her list. I'll take care of the smoke bombs and light dampening fabric. I know a guy. And what will I be doing? Argos asked, crossing her arms. Scouting, Rose replied smoothly. You're the one walking into the jaws of the wolves, so you'll need to be ready for anything. Spend these 3 days brushing up on the terrain and studying the patterns Caleb and I noticed. Argos arched a brow. You sound awfully invested in this for someone who called it insane. Rose's smirk returned, but her eyes gleamed with something sharper. Call it professional curiosity. I want to see if you can actually pull it off. The group dispersed to their tasks, the tension in the air replaced with a focused determination. Rose left the safe house with a casual wave, but the confidence in her stride betrayed her excitement. She thrived on high-stakes plans like this, and the thought of seeing Argos test her limits intrigued her more than she'd admit. Back at the table, Caleb muttered under his breath as he scribbled notes on the back of a napkin. I can't believe I'm risking my life for this. Evelyn, busy sketching runic patterns, glanced up with a smirk. It's not your life she's risking. It's Argos's. Comforting, Caleb muttered, glancing at Argos. You better know what you're doing. Argos grinned, her sharp teeth flashing. Relax, Caleb, I've got this. Famous last words, Caleb muttered. As the team began their preparations, the weight of the upcoming heist settled over them. 3 days might not seem like much, but for Argos, it was an eternity. She spent every spare moment studying the map, memorizing the patrol patterns Caleb and Rose had observed, and running through potential scenarios in her head. When the new moon finally arrived, the plan would be set. And for the first time since arriving on Earth, Argos felt like she was in control, ready to prove that even in a strange world, a master thief could still reign supreme. The cool night air whispered through the park as Argos stepped onto the soft grass, her sharp eyes scanning the trees that loomed ahead. This wasn't the target area, not the wolves' territory. This was a place for her to clear her head, to train her instincts, and to prepare for the challenge that lay ahead. She slipped deeper into the park, her movements quiet and deliberate. Each step was a reminder of who she was, a master thief, not a fugitive. She'd spent too long reacting to others' plans. Now she was taking back control. Argos crouched near a tree, running her fingers over the rough bark. The texture grounded her, pulling her thoughts into focus. She closed her eyes, listening to the sounds around her, the faint rustle of leaves, the chirping of crickets, the distant hum of city life. Every sound was a thread in the tapestry of her surroundings, a detail to be catalogued and understood. "This is nothing," she whispered to herself, her sharp teeth flashing in a grin. "Just a warm-up." She stood, moving with practiced silence toward the next tree. Her fingers brushed against the low branches, testing their flexibility, imagining how she might use them to climb, to hide, to evade pursuit. The park provided a perfect stage for her exercises. She began moving between the trees, her footsteps light and measured, her breath steady. It was a game she'd played countless times in her home realm, a test of speed and precision. She picked a distant lamppost as her target, setting a mental timer in her head. With a deep breath, she dashed forward, her movements barely stirring the grass beneath her. She ducked behind a tree, then another, using the natural cover to conceal herself. Her sharp eyes darted toward the lamppost, measuring the angles, calculating her next steps. When she reached the post, her hands brushed against the cool metal, a triumphant grin spreading across her face. "Still got it," she muttered, her voice tinged with satisfaction. As she caught her breath, her hand instinctively moved to the small pouch where she kept the gem. Its faint pulse was a constant presence, a reminder of the power she carried, and the responsibility that came with it. Argos pulled the gem out, holding it up to the moonlight. Its soft glow seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat, a rhythm that steadied her nerves. "I'm not afraid of you," she said softly, her voice steady. "You chose me, so we're doing this my way." She slipped the gem back into its pouch and continued her exercises, each movement sharpening her focus and renewing her confidence. As Argos climbed a low-hanging branch, a faint rustling sound caught her attention. She froze, her sharp eyes scanning the darkness. A moment later, Evelyn emerged from the shadows, her expression amused. "Training for something?" Evelyn asked, crossing her arms. Argos smirked, dropping lightly to the ground. "Always." Evelyn tilted her head, studying her. "You're taking this seriously. Good, because what's coming isn't just about skill. It's about focus, discipline, and knowing when to trust your instincts." Argos raised an eyebrow. "You here to give me a pep talk?" Evelyn shrugged. "Just checking in. Caleb's pacing holes in the floorboards back at the safe house. He thinks you're going to try something reckless." Argos chuckled softly, brushing the dirt off her hands. "Reckless? No. Bold? Definitely." Evelyn leaned against a tree, watching as Argos resumed her exercises. This time the thief set up a series of small challenges for herself, scaling a tree, leaping between branches, sneaking across open ground without a sound. Evelyn's sharp eyes followed her movements, nodding in quiet approval. "You're good," Evelyn said as Argos landed gracefully on the grass. But don't let confidence blind you. Those wolves aren't just guards. They're predators. Argos grinned, her sharp teeth glinting in the moonlight. Good. I like a challenge. As they walked back to the safe house, Evelyn glanced at Argos. Feel better? Argos nodded, her steps lighter than they'd been in days. I needed this, to remind myself what I'm capable of. Evelyn smirked. Good, because once the new moon comes, there won't be any room for doubt. Argos's grin widened. No doubt here, just results. The park was quiet, the air heavy with the stillness of a world at rest. Argos and Evelyn moved through the trees, their focus sharp as they studied the terrain. Caleb had stayed behind at the safe house, but his cautious voice lingered in the back of their minds, urging them to be careful. Argos crouched near a tree, her sharp ears picking up the faintest rustle of leaves. Evelyn watched from a short distance away, her arms crossed, her expression contemplative. Feels off tonight, Evelyn said softly, her eyes scanning the treetops. Before Argos could respond, the faint sound of distant gunfire pierced the silence. Both women froze, their gazes snapping toward the direction of the noise. It was faint, muffled by distance, but unmistakable, the sharp crack of weapons discharging in rapid succession. That's not fireworks, Argos murmured, her sharp eyes narrowing. A moment later, the shrill wail of sirens filled the air, growing louder as they approached. Evelyn turned toward the park's edge, her eyes catching the flash of red and blue lights streaking past in the distance. Several police cars screamed by on the nearby road, their engines roaring as they tore through the night. Argos stood, her fingers brushing the small pouch at her side where the gem rested. Her expression was unreadable, her sharp mind working through the possibilities. Think it's connected? Evelyn asked, her voice low. Could be anything, Argos replied, though her tone lacked conviction. But it's enough to make me wonder. Evelyn hesitated, her gaze lingering on the fading lights. We should keep going. Whatever's happening out there, it's not our fight. Not yet, Argos added, her voice thoughtful. The two women continued deeper into the park, their pace slower now, their senses heightened. The distant gunfire and sirens had faded, but the tension in the air remained. You think it's the wolves? Evelyn asked after a while, her voice breaking the uneasy silence. Argos shook her head. If it was, we'd know by now. They don't exactly leave survivors to call the cops. Evelyn gave a faint, humorless chuckle. Comforting. They walked in silence for a few more minutes, the faint crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the only sound. Every now and then, Argos would pause, her sharp eyes scanning the shadows, her instincts on high alert. Doesn't feel right, she said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. Like we're being watched. Evelyn nodded. Let's finish up and head back. We've got enough to think about without adding mystery gunfire to the list. The walk back to the safe house was quiet, the unease from earlier clinging to them like a shadow. As they stepped inside, Caleb looked up from the table where he'd been pacing, his expression grim. You hear it? He asked. Yeah, Evelyn replied, dropping her bag onto the couch. Gunfire and sirens. Sounded like a real mess. Caleb frowned, his arms crossed. Think it's connected to the wolves? Doubtful, Argos said, though her tone was thoughtful. But it's close enough to make me wonder. The three of them exchanged uneasy glances, the weight of the unknown pressing down on them. We'll figure it out, Evelyn said firmly, though her words carried an edge of uncertainty. But first, we focus on the task at hand. Agreed, Argos said, her sharp eyes glinting with determination. Whatever's out there, it can wait. We've got a plan to prepare. The safe house was unusually quiet as the morning sun filtered through the blinds, casting soft rays across the worn dining table. Argos sat at the head of the table, her fingers idly drumming against the wood. Evelyn leaned against the counter, a steaming cup of coffee in her hands, while Caleb rummaged through the small pile of papers and devices he had accumulated during the night. I made breakfast, Caleb announced, setting a plate of toast and scrambled eggs in front of Argos. Luxury? Argos quipped, smirking. You're really spoiling us, Caleb. Don't get used to it, Caleb replied dryly, sliding into a seat with his own plate. As he settled in, he pulled out a tablet and tapped at the screen. Speaking of spoiling, you're gonna love this. He turned the tablet around, revealing a news article with a bold headline. High-stakes drug raid shakes city. Federal, state and local forces involved in coordinated operation. Argos leaned closer, her sharp eyes scanning the text. The article detailed a massive raid that had gone down the previous night. Federal agents, along with state and local police, had targeted a suspected drug distribution hub. The operation had reportedly been planned for weeks, culminating in a coordinated assault involving dozens of officers and significant firepower. The hell is this? Argos muttered, her gaze narrowing. Keep reading, Caleb said, pointing at the screen. This part's interesting. Argos's eyes flicked to the highlighted section. Witnesses reported seeing heavily armed individuals who did not appear to be law enforcement personnel. Officials declined to comment on the identities of these individuals or their involvement in the raid. Evelyn frowned, stepping closer to peer at the tablet. Heavily armed individuals? Sounds like someone called in backup. Or the pack, Caleb added grimly. Fits the profile, doesn't it? Argos leaned back in her chair, her fingers tapping against the table. So let me get this straight. While we were out scouting, the feds and their mystery friends were tearing apart a drug ring? Looks that way, Caleb said, setting the tablet down. And if it was the pack, well, they've just moved up a notch on our radar. Evelyn sipped her coffee, her expression thoughtful. If it is them, it's no coincidence. They don't make moves like this unless it serves a bigger purpose. Or sends a message, Caleb added. Argos frowned, her mind working through the implications. The pack's presence was already a mystery, and this raid only deepened the questions surrounding them. If they were involved, it meant they had a vested interest in whatever this drug was, and that raised the stakes for everyone. What do we do about it? Caleb asked, his tone uneasy. If the pack's involved, it's not just about the gem anymore. This could spiral into something bigger. Argos's sharp gaze met his. We stick to the plan. The raid doesn't change our priorities. If anything, it means we're on the right track. Something's happening out there, and it's tied to everything. The wolves, the gem, this drug. Evelyn nodded, her expression resolute. Agreed. We don't have enough information to act on this yet, but we can't afford to ignore it either. We keep moving forward, but we stay vigilant. Caleb sighed, running a hand through his hair. Fine. But if this goes sideways, I'm blaming you, Argos. Argos grinned, her sharp teeth flashing. Fair enough, but trust me, Caleb, I don't plan on losing. As they finished breakfast, the unease in the room began to shift into determination. The raid was a reminder of the stakes they faced, but it also reinforced their need to stay focused. The new moon was approaching, and with it, the chance to take control of their situation. Argos stood, her confidence unwavering. We've got one day to get this right. Let's make it count. Evelyn and Caleb exchanged a glance, then nodded. The plan was risky, but it was their best shot at unraveling the mysteries surrounding them. The Shadow Realm bar buzzed with its usual energy, deals whispered in shadows, laughter spilling over glasses of glowing brews, and the subtle hum of magic that never truly faded. Rose sat at her usual table in the corner, a glass of glowing amber liquid in hand, her sharp eyes scanning the room with practiced ease. It was the kind of night she thrived on, until the whispers began. Two goblins seated near the bar muttered to each other, their voices barely audible over the din. Rose's sharp ears caught snippets of their conversation. Raid last night. The pack. Black Dawn's safe house. Her interest piqued. Rose leaned back in her chair, her dark eyes narrowing as she focused on the goblins' hushed exchange. Took down everything. Stash of the drug gone. Rose's fingers tightened around her glass. The pack, of course. She'd heard the rumours, the whispers of their involvement in cleaning up supernatural messes. But this was different, targeting the Black Dawn directly and Ravina's precious drug supply. That was bold. Rose stood, her presence commanding attention as she made her way toward the bar. She slid onto a stool beside the goblins, her smirk sharp and her voice low. "Interesting night, wasn't it?" The goblins froze, exchanging nervous glances before one of them stammered, "We don't know anything, Miss Rose." "Of course you don't," Rose said smoothly, her smirk never wavering. "But I do enjoy a good story. Why don't you tell me what you've heard?" The second goblin swallowed hard, his voice shaky as he spoke. It was the pack. They hit a Black Dawn safe house last night. Big operation, feds, locals, the whole shebang. But it was the pack that took out the heavy hitters. "And the drugs?" Rose prompted, her tone deceptively light. "Gone," the goblin said quickly. "All of it. Confiscated or destroyed. Ravina's going to lose it when she finds out." Rose's smirk faded, her expression growing colder. "And where, exactly, did this happen?" The goblin hesitated, but a sharp look from Rose loosened his tongue. "Near the warehouse district. It was one of their hidden spots. High security, lots of wards. But the pack tore through it like it was nothing." Rose leaned back, her fingers brushing absently against the magic-dampening bracelet on her wrist. So, the pack had made a bold move, taking out a Black Dawn safe house and crippling a major part of Ravina's operation. It wasn't just about the drugs, it was a message. To Ravina, to the Black Dawn, to anyone foolish enough to challenge their reach. But it wasn't just Ravina who'd been shaken. Rose knew the ripple effects of this raid would be felt far beyond the Black Dawn's circle. The Shadow Realm bar itself was already buzzing with speculation, the whispers of the pack's actions spreading like wildfire. As the goblins scurried away, clearly eager to avoid further questioning, Rose turned to find Silas standing nearby, his imposing figure blending into the shadows like a spectre. "Well?" Rose asked, arching a brow. "What do you make of it?" Silas crossed his arms, his expression unreadable. "They're cleaning house. Black Dawn won't recover easily from a hit like that." "And the pack?" Rose pressed. "You think they're sending a message?" "Always," Silas said simply. He studied her for a moment, his dark eyes gleaming with faint amusement. "But the bigger question is, what are you going to do about it?" Rose tilted her head, her smirk returning. "What makes you think I need to do anything?" "Because you don't like chaos you can't control," Silas said, his tone matter-of-fact. "And right now, the pack's got everyone dancing to their tune." Rose's smirk faltered briefly, but she recovered quickly. "Maybe. But chaos has a way of turning on its masters. Let's see if the pack can keep up." Silas chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Careful, Rose. You might just find yourself in their crosshairs." "I'd like to see them try," Rose said, her voice cool and confident. But as Silas walked away, her fingers brushed the bracelet again, her mind already racing with possibilities. Back at her table, Rose sat alone, her drink untouched. The raid had changed the game and she knew it. The pack's boldness was both impressive and infuriating. It complicated her plans, but it also presented opportunities. If she could find a way to leverage this chaos, to stay one step ahead of both the pack and Ravina, she could solidify her control over the Shadow Realm. But first, she needed information. And she knew just the person to get it from. Rose sipped her glowing drink, her sharp mind working overtime as the hum of the Shadow Realm bar buzzed around her. The raid had shifted the balance of power, and she couldn't afford to be caught off guard. If the pack was dismantling the Black Dawn piece by piece, it meant that the drugs spread, and Ravina's influence was more dangerous than she'd originally thought. But that wasn't all she had to juggle. Tomorrow night, Argos's plan to infiltrate the wolves' territory loomed, and she needed to ensure everything was in place for their mission. For Rose, preparation was the key to survival and control. Rose finished her drink and stood, her coat swishing around her as she made her way toward the back of the bar. She didn't bother weaving through the crowd. Patrons instinctively moved aside, their whispers trailing in her wake. At the far end of the room, Silas leaned against the wall, his ever-watchful gaze following her approach. "Back so soon," he said, his voice a low rumble. "Didn't think you'd still be stewing over last night?" Rose smirked, tilting her head. "You're assuming I stew, Silas. I prefer to calculate." Silas chuckled, his arms crossing. "What do you want, Rose?" "I want to know more about the pack," she said bluntly. "If they're dismantling Ravina's operation, that affects all of us. And I don't like operating in the dark." Silas raised an eyebrow. "And you think I know something?" "I think you know a lot of things," Rose replied, her smirk sharpening. "So, what can you tell me?" Silas studied her for a moment, his expression unreadable. Finally, he nodded toward his office. "Let's talk." The office was dimly lit, its walls lined with ancient books and artifacts that seemed to hum faintly with power. Silas moved behind his desk, gesturing for Rose to sit. She declined, leaning casually against the doorframe instead. "So?" she prompted. Silas sighed, leaning back in his chair. "The pack's been working behind the scenes for a long time. They don't usually make moves this public unless the stakes are high." "And the Guardians?" Rose asked, her voice careful. "Two of them showed up at the raid." Silas's expression tightened slightly. "That's unusual. Guardians don't work together unless something big is happening. And if they're involved with the pack, well, that's a new level of coordination." Rose's mind raced. Guardians didn't meddle in earthly affairs without good reason. Their presence at the raid wasn't just a coincidence, it was a statement. But what were they guarding and why? Rose left the office with more questions than answers, but her resolve was clear. If the Guardians were involved, it meant the stakes were higher than she'd realized, but she couldn't afford to get distracted, not with tomorrow night's recon hanging over her. As she stepped back into the bar, her dark eyes scanned the crowd. She spotted a familiar figure in the corner. Evelyn, nursing a drink, while Caleb leaned over a map spread across their table. Rose approached, her presence immediately drawing their attention. "Tomorrow night," she said, sliding into a seat. "We need to be ready for anything. I've got a few contacts pulling strings, but I want to hear where we're at." Evelyn raised an eyebrow. "You sound tense, Rose. Everything okay?" "Peachy," Rose replied, her smirk faint. "But let's just say last night's events reminded me that surprises aren't my favorite." Over the next hour, the group went over every detail of the plan. Caleb shared his observations about the wolves' territory, pointing out key landmarks and potential entry points. Evelyn suggested minor adjustments to their approach, her sharp mind anticipating the challenges they might face. Rose listened intently, her sharp eyes narrowing as she took in the information. She added her own insights, drawing from her deep understanding of how supernatural dynamics worked. By the time the meeting ended, the plan was solid, the team aligned. "Get some rest," Rose said as she stood, her tone firm. "Tomorrow night we make our move." As the others dispersed, Rose lingered at the table, her fingers brushing against the bracelet on her wrist. The hum of suppressed power was a constant reminder of her limitations and her determination to overcome them. With a final glance around the bar, she stood and walked toward the door, her mind racing. The wolves, the Guardians, the pack, the gem, everything was converging, and Rose was determined to stay one step ahead. The safe house was quieter than usual. The team gathered around the dining table as Caleb spread out a hand-drawn map of the wolves' territory. Argos, Evelyn, and Rose stood on one side of the table, their expressions ranging from focused to skeptical. The dim light above cast long shadows across the map, adding to the tension in the room. Caleb tapped a finger on a marked section of the map. "This is the perimeter. The wards start here about 200 yards into the woods. The road dead ends here." He pointed to another spot. Where we'll park the truck. I'll stay with it, keep the engine running for a quick getaway. Because nothing screams subtle like an idling truck in the middle of nowhere, Rose quipped, leaning back against the wall. Her dark eyes flicked to Argos. And you? What's your master plan for getting us in without being turned into wolf chow? Argos smirked, her sharp features gleaming in the faint light. I go in alone. I'm faster, quieter, and better at not getting caught than all of you put together. Once I'm inside, I'll clear a path and call you in with the comms. Easy. Rose raised an eyebrow. Easy. Sure. And what happens if they catch you? They won't, Argos replied firmly. Confidence is cute, Rose said, her smirk widening. But overconfidence, that gets you killed. Evelyn stepped in before the tension could escalate. The radios Caleb got us are top-notch. We'll keep the lines open but only speak when necessary. The wards are keyed to movement, not sound, but there's no point taking unnecessary risks. Caleb tossed one of the radios to Argos, who caught it effortlessly. These are secure, he said. No interference, no chance of being picked up by anyone else. Just don't drop it. Argos rolled her eyes. Please. Do I look like I drop things? Rose snorted softly. Only your guard, darling. As the others continued reviewing the plan, Rose's phone buzzed on the counter. She glanced at the screen, her expression sharpening as she saw Silas's name. With a sigh, she picked it up and stepped into the hallway, her voice low. This better be good, Silas, she said. It is, he replied, his tone clipped. I've got intel on Ravina and the Guardians, but we need to talk in person. Now. Rose frowned. Timing's not great, Silas. I'm about to run interference on something sensitive. Then you'd better make time, Silas said. This can't wait. Rose hung up with a muttered curse and returned to the table. The others looked up as she re-entered the room, their expressions questioning. Change of plans for me, she said smoothly. Silas needs me at the bar. It's urgent. You're bailing? Caleb asked, frowning. I'm reallocating resources, Rose corrected, grabbing her coat. You three handle the mission. I'll cover things on the other end. Make sure no one gets wind of what you're doing. Call it running interference. Evelyn nodded slowly. That makes sense. If Ravina or the wolves catch wind of this, it could compromise everything. Exactly, Rose said, her tone dry. Try not to get yourselves killed while I'm gone. The team moved outside, the cool night air biting at their skin as they approached Caleb's truck. Rose slid into her own sleek vehicle, revving the engine as she prepared to head back to the Shadow Realm bar. Good luck, she said, her smirk faint but genuine. You'll need it. And what about you? Argos called as Rose pulled away. Darling, Rose replied, her voice drifting through the open window. Luck is for amateurs. As Rose's car disappeared down the road, Caleb sighed and climbed into the truck. I hope she knows what she's doing. Rose always knows what she's doing, Evelyn said, sliding into the passenger seat. That's what makes her dangerous. The night air was crisp and filled with the faint hum of distant crickets as Caleb, Evelyn, and Argos approached the wolves' territory. The gravel road ended abruptly, giving way to the dense woods that mark the perimeter of their target. Caleb killed the truck's engine, the sudden silence pressing heavily on the group. You know the plan, Caleb said, his voice low but firm. I'll stay here with the truck. You two go in, and Argos... He paused, his gaze steady on her. Be careful. Argos smirked, adjusting her hood. I always am. Evelyn shot Caleb a reassuring glance before slipping out of the truck with Argos. The two women moved quickly and silently into the underbrush, leaving Caleb to keep watch. Evelyn and Argos moved through the woods with practiced ease, their senses on high alert. The magical wards in the area were subtle but detectable to someone like Evelyn. She stopped every few steps, murmuring incantations under her breath to temporarily mask their presence. Watch your step, Evelyn whispered, gesturing to a faint glimmer in the air near a tree. That's a proximity ward. We stay low, we stay slow. Argos nodded, her movements precise and calculated as she crept ahead. Her sharp eyes scanned the area, noting the placement of small, almost invisible cameras hidden among the trees. "Clever," she murmured, "but not clever enough." They reached a small hollow just out of range of the nearest camera. Evelyn crouched down, her gaze steady on Argos. "This is where I wait. Signal me once you've cleared a path." Argos gave a quick nod and melted into the shadows, her lithe form moving like a whisper through the trees. The woods opened up as Argos neared the edge of the compound. She paused, her sharp instincts urging her to climb for a better vantage point. A tall pine stood nearby, its sturdy branches offering a clear view of the area. She scaled it swiftly, her movements soundless. As she reached the top, the sprawling compound unfolded before her, illuminated by the warm glow of firelight. A large sign loomed at the edge of the clearing, the words "Welcome to the facility" etched in bold letters. The sight made her stomach twist. Something about it felt far too polished for the rustic setting. From her perch, Argos took in the details of the facility. To the right, about 50 yards away, stood a large building. Its windows were dark and there were no signs of activity inside. Smaller structures dotted the area, some glowing faintly with light from within. The centerpiece of the compound was a sprawling pavilion. Beneath it, a bonfire crackled, casting flickering shadows over the relaxed crowd gathered around it. Laughter and the low strum of music floated through the air. People lounged on makeshift benches, chatting and drinking, their postures casual and unguarded. Roving patrols moved along the outskirts of the pavilion, their presence a stark contrast to the otherwise laid-back atmosphere. Argos studied them closely, noting their patterns and timing. Despite the patrols and the crowd, there were no signs of the infamous wolves that Caleb had feared so much. The absence of their presence didn't ease Argos's nerves, it heightened them. The relaxed atmosphere felt like a trap, a facade carefully constructed to lull intruders into a false sense of security. Argos narrowed her eyes, her sharp gaze sweeping the area one last time. Something about the scene didn't add up. The facility's design was meticulous, the patrols efficient, yet the sense of danger that usually accompanied such places was muted. "This isn't right," she muttered to herself. She tapped her comm radio, her voice a soft whisper. "Evelyn, I'm in. I've got eyes on the facility. It's odd. Looks more like a campout than a stronghold. Sending a safe route back to you now." Evelyn crouched at the base of a massive pine tree, her breath steady as she scanned the facility's perimeter. The faint glow from the chain-link fence ahead outlined its height, 8 feet, topped with thin barbed wire. Attached to the fence, weathered "private property, no trespassing" signs hung at intervals, swaying slightly in the cool breeze. She adjusted her comm radio, her voice a whisper. "Argos, I've reached the fence. What's your position?" Above her, hidden in the dense canopy, Argos replied. "Still perched. You've got company, though. K9 patrol, east side." Evelyn froze, her sharp eyes narrowing as she caught movement on the other side of the fence. A handler and 2 large German shepherds were making their rounds, the dogs' keen noses sweeping the air. Their movements were methodical, the handler stopping every few steps to adjust his flashlight and survey the area. From her vantage point, Argos could see the full layout of the 10-acre compound. The chain-link fence encircled the property, the main entrance barely visible at the far side, where a gate blocked access to a gravel road. Beyond the gate, faint tire tracks hinted at regular traffic. Inside the fence, the facility's buildings were scattered across the compound. The largest, a barn-like structure, stood to the east, its faded red exterior blending into the shadows. No lights shone from within, but faint sounds carried through the night, muffled barking and the occasional clink of metal. Closer to the river at the rear of the property, cabins lined the water's edge. Smoke curled lazily from a few chimneys, suggesting activity inside. Near the center of the compound, the smaller building with dog runs was clearly in use. She could see the dogs pacing behind the fences, their low growls carried faintly on the breeze. The pavilion remained the heart of the compound's activity. Music played softly from a speaker, and the bonfire crackled as people chatted and laughed, their voices carrying an easy camaraderie. Roving guards patrolled in twos, their movements relaxed but purposeful. Argos shifted her gaze to the river that bordered the compound's backside. The cabins there seemed less fortified, their wooden exteriors giving them an almost rustic appearance. A small dock jutted into the water, a rowboat tied lazily to a post. "Evelyn," Argos whispered into her comm, "there's a way in by the river. Cabins are quieter, and there's no patrol on the water." "Noted," Evelyn replied. "But let's not forget the dogs. What's the best route?" Argos scanned the patrol paths again, her sharp mind calculating. "Stay low and move toward the barn. It's the least active area, but you'll need to time it between patrols. The dogs are circling back now. Wait until they pass." Evelyn pressed herself lower to the ground as the K9 patrol approached. The handler paused near her position, his flashlight beams slicing through the darkness. One of the dogs stopped abruptly, its ears perking up as it sniffed the air. "Stay still," Argos's voice crackled softly in her ear. Evelyn's heart pounded as the dog took a step closer, its keen eyes scanning the fence line. The handler tugged lightly on the leash, muttering a command under his breath. The dog hesitated but obeyed, moving forward as the patrol continued down the line. "They're clear," Argos murmured. Evelyn exhaled slowly, her fingers gripping the earth beneath her. "You've got sharp eyes, Goblin. Let's keep it that way." As Evelyn prepared to move, a faint rustling behind her made her freeze. She turned her head slowly, her sharp eyes scanning the underbrush. For a moment the woods were still, the only sound the distant crackle of the bonfire. Then, from the shadows, a pair of glowing yellow eyes stared back at her. "Argos," Evelyn whispered, her voice tight. "We might have company." Argos shifted her position in the tree, her gaze snapping to Evelyn's location. "What is it? Patrol? Wolf?" "I'm not sure," Evelyn said, her fingers twitching toward the small blade strapped to her thigh. "But it's watching me." The Shadow Realm bar hummed with its usual energy. Whispers of secret deals, the clink of glasses, and the subtle tension that always simmered beneath the surface. Rose strode through the doors, her sharp eyes sweeping the crowd. Tonight, though, the usual chatter had shifted. Something in the air felt electric, the kind of buzz that hinted at big news. She moved to her usual corner table, her presence alone parting the crowd just enough to grant her space. Silas, ever watchful, appeared at her side before she'd even settled. "Busy night?" Rose asked casually, her tone light but probing. "You could say that," Silas replied, his voice low. He leaned closer, his expression unusually serious. "We need to talk. Private." Rose raised an eyebrow but didn't argue. "Lead the way." Silas guided her to his office, the heavy door closing behind them with a quiet thud. The room, lit by faintly glowing runes embedded in the walls, was a stark contrast to the chaos of the bar outside. Rose sank into a chair, crossing one leg over the other as she gestured for Silas to speak. "Ravina's taken a hit," Silas began, his tone measured. "A big one." Rose tilted her head, her curiosity piqued. "Do tell." "The pack raided a Black Dawn safe house last night," he continued. "Took out the last of her drug supply, all of it." Rose's smirk widened, her dark eyes gleaming. Well, well, that's going to sting." "There's more," Silas said, leaning against the desk. "They also captured the trader." At that, Rose's smirk froze for a fraction of a second before returning sharper than ever. "The trader? The same slippery little worm who's been dealing under the table for years?" Silas nodded. "The very same. And guess who took him down?" "Let me guess," Rose said, her voice dripping with mock enthusiasm. "Katrina?" Silas's faint smile confirmed it. "She made him kneel. Again." Rose laughed, a rich, delighted sound that echoed in the small office. "Oh, that's too good. Ravina must be seething right now. No drugs, no loyal underlings. Just her and her overinflated ego. Silas's expression remained serious. Don't underestimate her. A cornered predator is still dangerous. Please, Rose said, waving a dismissive hand. This isn't just a blow to her ego, it's a gut punch to her entire operation. And desperate people are predictable, she'll lash out. Hard. Silas nodded slowly. And when she does? Rose leaned back, her fingers absently brushing the bracelet on her wrist. I'll be ready. But for now, let's let Katrina bask in her victory. It's not every day someone gets to humiliate the trader twice. Silas's gaze narrowed. You're enjoying this a little too much, Rose. What's your angle? Rose smirked, her dark eyes glittering with mischief. My angle, dear Silas, is survival. Ravina's empire is crumbling, and I plan to make sure it falls. Completely, but not too quickly. I want her to squirm first. And the trader? Silas asked. What do you make of him? Rose's smirk widened. He's a liability for her now, and an asset for anyone else who can get to him. Katrina has him for the moment, but who knows? People like him always find a way to survive. Maybe I'll cross paths with him again. Silas straightened, his tone warning. Don't play with fire, Rose. Ravina's not going to take this lying down. Rose stood, her posture radiating confidence. Let her come. The more desperate she gets, the easier she'll be to break. The soft crackle of static broke the tense silence in Evelyn's earpiece, followed by Rose's sharp voice dripping with sarcasm. Team, darling. I trust you're not about to bungle this little adventure. I'd hate to have to rescue you from whatever backwards nightmare you're wandering into. Evelyn rolled her eyes as she crouched lower, her sharp gaze fixed on the glowing yellow eyes, staring back at her from the underbrush. She whispered into her comm, keeping her voice steady. Rose, not the time. Oh, I disagree, Rose replied breezily. If not now, then when? Give me an update. I need to know if I'm about to lose an employee, a goblin, or both. Evelyn didn't answer immediately, her attention focused on the rustling bushes ahead. Slowly she drew her blade, its faint shimmer catching the starlight. Her heart raced, but she kept her breathing calm. Then, with a soft yip, a raccoon emerged, its nose twitching as it eyed her warily before scurrying away. Seriously? Evelyn muttered under her breath, lowering her blade. Was that a squirrel? Argos's voice crackled over the comm, barely suppressing her laughter. Or was it going to eat you, Ev? Evelyn groaned, pushing herself up slightly. It was a raccoon. Thank you very much. And I'd like to see you do better. Ladies, Rose interjected, her tone amused. Focus. Do I need to remind you what happens if you screw this up? Got it under control, Argos replied curtly. She tapped her comm off and scanned the area ahead. Come on, Evelyn. We're circling to the barn. The pair moved cautiously, sticking to the shadows as they worked their way toward the large barn on the edge of the compound. The building loomed in the faint light, its weathered red boards blending into the darkness. The faint sound of shuffling hooves and soft snorts carried through the still air. When they reached the barn's side entrance, Argos held up a hand, signaling Evelyn to wait. She eased the door open just enough to slip inside, her sharp eyes adjusting quickly to the dim interior. Rows of stalls lined the barn, each occupied by horses shifting restlessly in their spaces. Most were calm, their ears twitching at her presence, but one stall at the far end caught her attention. A massive black stallion pawed at the ground, its glossy coat gleaming faintly in the faint light. Its fiery eyes locked onto her, and it let out a low, challenging snort. Argos smirked, whispering to herself, "Oh, you're a feisty one." She moved cautiously, keeping her movements slow and deliberate as she approached the stallion. The other horses watched her curiously, but this one remained tense, its ears pinning back as it shifted its weight. "Easy, big guy," Argos murmured, holding out a hand. "I'm not here to steal your oats or whatever." The stallion's nostrils flared and it stomped a hoof, the sound reverberating through the barn. Argos glanced back toward the door where Evelyn waited, signaling her to stay put. Turning her attention back to the stallion, she noticed something. A thin leather halter hung loosely around its neck, engraved with the name Onyx. "You've got an owner, huh?" she murmured. "And I bet you're not too friendly with strangers." The stallion snorted again, its ears flicking forward as Argos slowly stepped closer. When she was within reach, it lunged forward suddenly, its teeth snapping just short of her hand. "Whoa!" she hissed, stumbling back. "All right, I get it. Personal space." Evelyn slipped into the barn, her expression tense as she caught sight of the interaction. "Argos, what are you doing?" "Making friends," Argos replied dryly, her eyes still on the stallion. "This guy's not big on company." "Well, we're not here for him," Evelyn said, her voice hushed. "Let's keep moving." Argos nodded but couldn't help stealing one last glance at the stallion. Weird. He doesn't seem scared, just pissed. Whoever owns him must be someone important. "Or someone just as mean as he is," Evelyn muttered, tugging on her arm. "Come on, we don't have time for this." They slipped out the back of the barn, sticking to the shadows as they moved deeper into the compound. The faint hum of music and distant laughter from the pavilion grew louder, mixing with the occasional bark of dogs and the quiet rustling of the river nearby. Argos tapped her comm, her voice steady. "Rose, we're past the barn. Looks like there's some kind of party going on in the centre. Patrols are light but steady." Rose's reply crackled back, her tone biting. "Lovely. Just don't let the goblin curiosity get you killed. Keep moving and clear the path." Evelyn glanced at Argos, her expression grim. "Let's finish this. The sooner we're in and out, the better." The compound sprawled out before Argos and Evelyn, illuminated faintly by the starlight and the soft glow of the pavilion bonfire. It had the deceptive charm of a rustic retreat, with cabins by the river, barracks like dorms, and the imposing bulk of a large central building. But everything about it screamed control. Patrols moved with precision, and the layout seemed too intentional to be a simple camp. Argos crouched lower in the shadow of the barn, her sharp eyes scanning the area. "What is this place? Some kind of private retreat?" "Not with security like this," Evelyn murmured, her voice low. "It's too organised. Look at those patrols, trained, methodical. And the dogs? Definitely not for show." Argos adjusted her position, her eyes flicking to the fenced-off perimeter. Whatever this is, they're serious about keeping it locked down. Evelyn tapped her comm, whispering to Caleb. "We're seeing a large compound, multiple outbuildings, a fence, cameras and patrols. Armed. Looks military or government." "Great," Caleb replied dryly. "And here I thought I'd signed up for a nice, simple break-in." The pair moved cautiously, sticking to the shadows as they worked their way closer to the centre of the compound. A low hum of music drifted toward them, mingling with the crackle of a bonfire. From her vantage point, Argos could see clusters of people, men and women dressed casually, yet their movements betrayed training. They weren't just relaxing, they were keeping an eye on their surroundings. Evelyn frowned as she observed them. "They don't look like civilians. Too disciplined." "And not Black Dawn either," Argos added. "They're too polished." They paused near the edge of the clearing, crouched behind a row of bushes. A large pavilion dominated the centre of the compound, its bonfire casting flickering light across the relaxed but watchful gathering. "This place gives me the creeps," Evelyn muttered, her grip tightening on her blade. "Yeah," Argos replied, her eyes narrowing, "but it also feels like we're onto something big." Back at the barn, Evelyn scanned their surroundings again, her nerves on edge. "We need to figure out what they're guarding here. This kind of setup isn't cheap or casual." Argos nodded, her gaze flicking to a black stallion in the far stall. "And it's not just the people. Even the animals here look like they're ready to throw down." The stallion pawed the ground, its fiery eyes watching Argos closely. She smirked. "Bet this guy's got a mean streak." "Focus," Evelyn said, pulling her back. "We need to stick to the mission." As they slipped back into the shadows, Evelyn tapped her comm again. Caleb, we're seeing what looks like a mix of recreational areas, dorms, and maybe some sort of operations building. Too clean for Black Dawn. It's got to be government or military. Fantastic, Caleb muttered. So how do you want to play this? We'll keep moving, Argos said. But whatever this place is, it's got more layers than we thought. The Shadow Realm bar hummed with its usual blend of low conversation and barely concealed intrigue. Shadows flickered across the rune-etched walls, shifting with the moods of the patrons. Deals were whispered, drinks clinked, and the subtle thrum of magic hung in the air. At her usual corner booth, Rose leaned back with a glass of something potent and amber in her hand. Her eyes, sharp as ever, flicked to her phone resting on the table. The comm channel connecting her to Argos and the others had gone quiet for the past 20 minutes. Too quiet. She drummed her fingers on the table, her dark nails clicking softly against the worn wood. Patience wasn't her strong suit. It was an unfortunate necessity for someone in her line of work, but that didn't make it any easier to endure. Still waiting? Silas's deep voice broke her thoughts. Rose glanced up as the bar manager appeared beside her table, his expression calm but his gaze knowing. Silas had a way of reading people that always set Rose on edge, though she'd never admit it. He gestured to the empty seat across from her with a raised brow. She waved her hand dismissively. Don't you have someone to intimidate or a rule breaker to banish? Not tonight, he replied, sliding into the seat uninvited. Seems you've cornered the market on intimidating stares. What's eating at you, Rose? Rose raised her glass, taking a slow sip before answering. Just waiting for my crew to stumble into or out of trouble. The usual. Silas tilted his head, studying her. And you're not out there with them because... Rose shot him a sharp look. Because someone has to keep this place running. Besides, the woods? Bugs? I'd rather set myself on fire. He chuckled, low and gravelly. You'd be surprised what you can endure when it matters. Oh, spare me the philosophy, Rose said, rolling her eyes. They'll manage. They always do. Just as she began to relax, her comm crackled to life. Caleb's voice came through, hushed but urgent. Rose, we've got movement on the other side of the fence. Could be nothing, but thought you'd want to know. Rose sighed, setting her glass down and straightening in her seat. Of course, what's a quiet night without a little chaos? Silas's voice. Don't let your impatience ruin the plan, Rose. Wouldn't dream of it, she replied with a sharp grin. Argos crouched low behind a bush, her sharp eyes darting toward the dorms as two figures strolled past. They were a young man and woman, their uniforms casual yet tidy, their voices carrying softly on the night air. From the way they leaned toward each other, heads bent in quiet conversation, they didn't seem like they were worried about patrols or intruders. Evelyn, pressed against the shadowed side of the barn, flicked her hand in a subtle signal for Argos to stay quiet and listen. Final exams tomorrow, the young woman said, her tone tinged with nerves. I swear, if I don't nail the K9 field test, I'm screwed. You'll do fine, the young man replied, though his voice lacked conviction. It's not like they're expecting perfection. Just don't freeze up. Easy for you to say, she shot back, exhaling sharply. You aced the last scenario. Me. I couldn't get the tactical sequences right even after 3 tries. They passed close enough for Argos to catch the faint scent of soap and sweat. The woman's companion gave her a nudge. You're overthinking it. Just focus on the basics. As they moved further away, their words became muffled, but another pair of voices emerged from a different direction. 2 men were walking slower, their conversation less hushed. I'm telling you, one said, his tone animated. If I don't get into the counter-terrorism unit, what's the point? Counter-terrorism's overrated, the other replied. Covert ops is where it's at. The perks alone are insane. You know who just got into covert? Robbins. That guy couldn't hit a moving target to save his life. Yeah, well, connections are everything. You think my wish list is even going to matter without someone higher up pulling strings? Their voices faded as they disappeared toward the dormitory entrance. Evelyn turned her head toward Argos, her expression a mixture of surprise and calculation. She whispered into her comm, "Caleb, you catching this?" "Yeah," Caleb's voice came through softly. "Sounds like a training facility." "More than that," Evelyn replied. "They're federal trainees. These people are being groomed for fieldwork, covert ops, counter-terrorism. This isn't some backwoods security outfit." Argos slid closer, her face thoughtful. "Final exams? Job placement? They're not just training, they're recruiting." "Recruiting for what, though?" Caleb asked. "Nothing good, if you ask me," Evelyn muttered. "This explains the discipline, the structure. It's all federal. But the question is, what are they hiding here? What's so important that they've got a perimeter like this?" Argos narrowed her eyes, glancing toward the dorms again. "Whatever it is, it's not just about training. You don't have this kind of setup unless you're guarding something, or someone." Evelyn gestured for Argos to move back into deeper cover. Once they were secure, she whispered, "We need to get closer to the main building. If this is a training facility, the records are probably in there. Rosters, programs, maybe even what they're guarding." "Fine," Argos replied, adjusting her gear. "But I go first. You stay put until I clear the way." Evelyn hesitated, but she nodded. "Be careful. This isn't just some run-of-the-mill break-in." Argos grinned, her sharp teeth glinting in the faint light. "Careful's my middle name." As she slipped off into the shadows, Evelyn tapped her comm again. "Caleb, keep the engine ready. If this goes sideways, we're going to need a quick exit." "Already ahead of you," Caleb replied. "And I'm keeping the radio open. Don't do anything reckless." "Reckless? Us?" Evelyn said with a smirk, though her eyes stayed focused on the compound ahead. Rose was glued to her comm, keeping tabs on Argos and the others. The quiet updates trickling in from Caleb and Evelyn were doing little to settle her restlessness. Training facility? Federal operations? The pieces weren't falling into place quickly enough for her liking. Rose tapped her glass, summoning the bartender's attention. A refill materialized almost instantly, but she barely acknowledged it. Her mind was elsewhere. The night was still, the air thick with the anticipation of their next move. Argos crouched low, her sharp eyes fixed on the darkened silhouette of the large building ahead. Beside her, Evelyn adjusted her comm, her breath steady but shallow. The facility's faint glow stretched out before them, shadows cast long and deep under the sparse lighting. "Ready?" Evelyn whispered, her voice low but firm. "Always," Argos replied, her smirk hidden in the darkness. They had just begun to shift forward when a soft, rippling glow caught their attention. Argos paused, her sharp senses immediately on edge. Evelyn turned, her eyes narrowing as she followed Argos's gaze. To the north, the sky had come alive. The northern lights painted the horizon in radiant shades of pink and purple, their undulating waves spreading across the sky like living ribbons of light. The brilliance of the display cast an otherworldly glow over the treetops, reflecting faintly off the compound's structures. The sight was mesmerizing, beautiful, and unexpected. Evelyn let out a soft breath, her voice tinged with awe. "I didn't think we'd see those this far south." "Neither did I," Argos muttered, her eyes narrowing. "But we're not here to stargaze." The ethereal glow shifted, growing brighter. The faint hum of its energy seemed to hum in their ears, a sensation that made the hairs on the back of Argos's neck stand on end. It wasn't just natural, it couldn't be. The timing was too perfect. Evelyn, ever the practical one, reached out to touch Argos's arm. "Let's focus. The lights are a distraction. Don't let it throw you." Before they could move, a low, rhythmic thrum cut through the stillness. It started faint, but quickly grew louder. A helicopter, its lights flickering faintly against the glowing sky. The aircraft rose from the northern edge of the compound, its sleek form silhouetted against the aurora. "Helicopter," Argos whispered, pressing herself against the nearest tree for cover. Her eyes tracked its movement, watching as it hovered briefly before banking sharply to the west. "Think they're on to us?" Evelyn asked, her tone low but tense. Argos shook her head. "Not likely. If they knew we were here, they wouldn't be leaving. This is something else." The helicopter's powerful spotlight swept across the trees below, a fleeting search that made both women duck instinctively. The beam passed over them without stopping, but the tension lingered. Evelyn adjusted her comm, her voice steady but urgent. "Caleb, you seeing this?" The radio crackled softly before his voice came through. "Yeah, looks like they're heading away from the compound. Maybe north toward the mountains. You two okay?" "We're fine," Evelyn replied. "But this place just got a lot more interesting." As the helicopter's noise faded into the distance, the compound seemed to settle back into its usual rhythm. The faint sound of laughter drifted from the pavilion, while the K9 patrol continued its steady loop near the fence. The glow of the northern lights persisted, a surreal backdrop to their mission. Argos adjusted her grip on the comm, her voice decisive. "The lights and the helicopter are a distraction, but we stick to the plan. I'm heading for the main building. Evelyn, you stay here and keep an eye on the patrols." "Be careful," Evelyn said, her tone softer now. "I don't like how casual this place feels. It's like they don't think anyone would ever dare come here." Argos smirked, though her expression didn't quite reach her eyes. "Good. That means they won't see me coming." With that, she moved forward, her movements as silent and fluid as a shadow, leaving Evelyn to watch her back under the shimmering light of the aurora. Evelyn crouched at the base of the tree, her sharp eyes scanning the compound's edge as Argos disappeared into the shadows. The northern lights cast a faint, shifting glow over the treetops, their eerie beauty making the scene feel more surreal than ever. Her focus, however, was drawn to something else entirely. To her left, past the barn, a faint trail wound through the trees. It led away from the compound, curling upward into the darkness of the forest. Her instincts prickled. Evelyn activated her comm, her voice low. "Caleb, you picking up anything unusual near the barn?" A moment later, Caleb's voice crackled through. "Nothing on my end. Why? What do you see?" "There's a path," Evelyn replied, her gaze narrowing. "It looks like it gets traffic. Heads into the trees toward where that helicopter came from." Evelyn hesitated, her instincts battling with her logical side. "I think this trail leads to something bigger. It's not on the compound's grid. It's something they don't want found." Caleb sighed, his voice tinged with frustration. "Then leave it for now." "Don't worry," Evelyn replied, a wry smile tugging at her lips. "I'm not stupid enough to go wandering off alone, but it's worth noting." As she studied the trail, Evelyn's thoughts returned to the helicopter that had taken off moments earlier. The timing was too perfect, the connection too strong to ignore. "This trail heads north," she murmured into the comm. "Same direction as the chopper. If I had to guess, I'd say there's another site out here. Something tied to that takeoff." "You're supposed to be keeping an eye on Argos, remember?" Caleb said firmly. Evelyn rolled her eyes, though a small part of her knew he was right. "I haven't forgotten. Just keep it in mind. We might need to come back here." Evelyn's fingers tightened on the comm. "Argos, what's your status?" The goblin's voice crackled through, calm but focused. "Closing in on the main building. No signs of trouble yet." Evelyn exhaled, her tension easing slightly. "Stay sharp. This place has more layers than we thought." As she settled in to wait, her eyes drifted back to the trail. Something about it felt unfinished, like a loose thread she couldn't let go of. But for now, it would have to wait. The forest was still, save for the faint crackle of leaves in the breeze. The northern lights shimmered faintly above the treetops. Caleb leaned against the truck, fidgeting with the comm in his hand, his eyes scanning the shadows. "All right," Caleb muttered, tossing the comm onto the dashboard. "Nature calls." Stepping away from the vehicle, he wandered toward the edge of the road, flashlight in hand. The faint beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the packed dirt and tangled underbrush. As Caleb reached a spot near the tree line, he paused. His flashlight caught something, a faint glimmer of ruts in the dirt, disappearing into the woods. A two-track trail, wide and well-used, stretched out ahead. "Guys!" Caleb said, his voice low but steady. "I think I found something." Stepping cautiously onto the two-track road he'd discovered, his flashlight traced the wide ruts in the dirt, his brows furrowing. "This isn't just some trail," he muttered. "Looks like trucks. Lots of them." Grabbing his comm, he spoke into it. "Hey, team? I've got something here." Evelyn's voice crackled through. "Define something." "Another road," Caleb replied, glancing over his shoulder. "Well used. Leads northwest. Could be tied to the chopper." Evelyn sighed audibly. "Stay by the truck, Caleb. Don't wander off." "I wasn't planning to," he muttered, but his curiosity itched. His eyes lingered on the trail, its faint curve disappearing into the trees. The forest loomed heavy around them, the faint glow of the northern lights providing a surreal backdrop to the dark treetops. Inside the large building, Argos moved silently through the dimly lit halls, her sharp eyes scanning every detail. The classrooms were far from abandoned, desks were neatly arranged, whiteboards bore fresh notes, and the faint smell of coffee lingered in the air. She paused in one of the rooms, her gaze flicking to a training schedule pinned to the wall. "Training exercises, daily schedules. This place is active," she muttered, her voice just above a whisper. Moving down the corridor, she pushed open the door to one of the offices. This space, unlike the classrooms, was eerily quiet. A thin layer of dust coated the desk, the chair pushed slightly askew. Filing cabinets lined the walls, their drawers locked and labels faded with time. The contrast was stark. The office felt abandoned, but the classrooms hummed with the presence of those who had only just left. Her comm crackled softly. "Argos," Evelyn's voice whispered. "Any movement inside?" "No, but the classrooms are definitely used. Offices, not so much," Argos replied, her voice low. "What's your status?" "Still clear," Evelyn said. K9 patrol circled back toward the barn. "Caleb's gone quiet, though." Argos frowned, her hand brushing the hilt of her blade. "Quiet how?" "He's not answering the comms," Evelyn said, her tone tight. "He was at the truck. Now? Nothing." Argos's frown deepened. "I'll finish up here and head to you." Evelyn crouched near the base of a tree, her sharp eyes darting between the barn and the faint glow of the dormitories in the distance. The compound was alive with activity even in the late hours. Lights flickered in windows, and faint laughter carried on the breeze. But her focus was on the truck she couldn't see, parked over 200 yards away through the thick forest. "Caleb, do you copy?" she whispered into her comm. "What's your status?" Silence. She keyed the comm again, frustration creeping into her voice. "Caleb, this isn't funny. Answer me." The radio crackled faintly, but there was no response. Evelyn's hand tightened around the charm at her waist, her instincts prickling. Something was wrong. "Argos, Caleb's not answering," she said quietly, switching channels. Minutes later, Argos emerged from the building's shadowed entrance, her sharp gaze sweeping the compound. She spotted Evelyn crouched near the tree line and made her way over, her steps deliberate and silent. "What's going on?" Argos asked. Evelyn gestured toward the woods. "Caleb's been out of contact for the past 5 minutes. He said something about finding a trail earlier, but now, radio silence." Argos glanced toward the distant outline of the forest, her expression darkening. 5 minutes is too long. He should have checked in. Navigating through the dense forest, the two women moved cautiously. The glow of the northern lights had faded, leaving the woods bathed in shadow. When they finally reached the truck, it was exactly where Caleb had left it. Engine off, doors closed. but the driver's side door was slightly ajar, and Caleb was nowhere to be found. "Where the hell is he?" Argos muttered, her sharp eyes scanning the surrounding woods. Evelyn crouched near the truck, her fingers brushing the dirt. "Tracks," she said, pointing to faint footprints leading away from the vehicle, heading northwest. Argos followed the trail with her eyes, her jaw tightening. "Why didn't he tell us he was leaving the truck?" "Maybe he saw something," Evelyn said. "But if that's the case, why not radio it in?" Argos sighed, her hand tightening on her blade. "We can't leave him out here alone. Let's move." Rose sat in her usual corner booth, her legs crossed and a glowing glass of something potent in her hand. The comm radio rested discreetly on the table before her, its soft crackle blending seamlessly into the bar's ambient noise. Her dark eyes flicked over the room, catching every subtle shift and ripple in the atmosphere. A well-dressed vampire exchanged a handshake with a witch near the bar. A troll grumbled over the price of an artifact in the back corner. It was all background noise to her now. She adjusted the comm's frequency slightly, her sharp ears catching the faint exchange between Evelyn and Argos. "Caleb, do you copy?" Evelyn's voice came through the comm, her tone edged with concern. "What's your status?" Rose tilted her head, interest piqued. Her lips curved into a small smirk as she swirled her drink idly. "Oh, what's this?" she muttered to herself, leaning forward. "Argos." Evelyn's voice crackled again. "Caleb's not answering. He said he found a trail earlier, but now—" "Nothing." Rose's smirk faded slightly, her expression sharpening. She tapped a finger against the rim of her glass, her mind already spinning with possibilities. She clicked her own comm. "Care to explain why you're losing team members, darlings?" she asked, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "I thought this was supposed to be stealthy." Evelyn's voice came through, clipped and tight. "Not now, Rose." "Oh, I think it's very much now," Rose replied, her voice low and smooth. "If you've lost Caleb, you're not exactly in the best position to tell me when to butt out." "Rose," Argos's voice cut in, calm but laced with warning. "Stand down." Rose's smirk returned, though her eyes narrowed. "Fine, but I'm listening." As the minutes ticked by, Rose listened intently, her drink forgotten. Evelyn and Argos's voices wove through the static, piecing together the scene. The truck, the trail, the unexplained silence from Caleb. It all painted a picture that didn't sit right with her. She caught the faint edge of tension in Evelyn's voice as she muttered, "He hasn't responded for 5 minutes. This isn't like him." Argos's voice was measured but cold. "We follow the trail. If he's wandered off, we'll find him." Rose tapped the comm again. "And if he hasn't just wandered off, what then?" The silence that followed was telling. "Well, don't let me stop you," Rose said dryly. "Go play hero. I'll be here when it all falls apart." She leaned back in her chair, her eyes darkening as she glanced around the bar. Something about the situation didn't feel right, and the unease creeping into her chest was unfamiliar and unwelcome. Rose's attention snapped back to the room as a familiar figure approached her booth. Silas loomed over her, his expression as unreadable as ever. "What are you listening to?" he asked, his gravelly voice low. "Just a little field trip my friends are on," Rose replied smoothly, gesturing to the comm. "One of them decided to play hide-and-seek, and now the others are scrambling to find him." Silas arched a brow, his dark eyes flicking to the radio. "You should tell them to pull back." Rose tilted her head, intrigued. "And why's that?" "This isn't just some random forest," Silas said, his tone weighty. "If they've stumbled onto what I think they have, they're playing a very dangerous game." Rose's smirk softened, a flicker of genuine curiosity in her gaze. "Do tell." Silas shook his head. "Not here. Just make sure they don't get themselves killed." Rose watched him retreat into the shadows, her fingers brushing the comm as Evelyn's voice came through again, fainter now. "We're at the truck, he's not here." The forest was a sea of darkness. illuminated only by the brilliant shimmer of countless stars overhead. Their silvery light filtered through the canopy, casting faint patches of glow on the forest floor. Every step Argos and Evelyn took seemed amplified in the eerie silence, each crackle of leaves beneath their boots grating against their nerves. Argos crouched low, her sharp eyes tracking the faint impressions in the dirt. The boot prints, barely discernible now, were interspersed with something else, prints that didn't belong to Caleb. "These tracks," Argos murmured, running her fingers along a deep indentation. Something big was here. Evelyn, standing a few paces behind, kept her knife at the ready. Big like a bear? Or big like not a bear? "Not a bear," Argos said flatly. "Too uniform, and whatever it was, it had claws." She pointed to faint gouges along the path, their edges glinting faintly under the starlight. Evelyn's gaze darted around the forest, her instincts prickling. The darkness felt alive, shifting with unseen movement. "Caleb, do you copy?" She tried again into her comm. The faint static hiss of dead air was her only answer. As they pressed on, the trail became harder to follow. The undergrowth thickened, and the prints blurred into patches of loose dirt and crushed leaves. Just when Evelyn was about to suggest turning back, her boot struck something hard. She knelt, picking up the broken comm radio from the dirt. Her breath caught as she examined it. The casing was cracked, the wires frayed, and the antenna had been severed. Not by wear, but by force. "Something bit it," Evelyn said, her voice tight. She held it up to Argos, who knelt beside her. Argos examined the damage, her brow furrowing. This wasn't just an animal. The bite marks are too clean, too strong. Evelyn nodded grimly, shifting her flashlight toward the ground. The faint beam illuminated a drag trail in the dirt, leading away from the broken radio and into the thicker forest. "Looks like something or someone was dragged," Evelyn said, her voice barely above a whisper. Following the trail, they came upon a small clearing. The ground was churned and scarred as though a violent struggle had taken place. Broken branches littered the area, and small tufts of fur or hair clung to the jagged edges of nearby bushes. Evelyn crouched, running her fingers over deep gouges in the dirt. This wasn't a simple fight. This was brutal. Argos stepped carefully through the clearing, her sharp eyes darting from one disturbed patch of earth to the next. "These prints, they're too large to be Caleb's. And these," she said, pointing to massive paw prints pressed into the dirt, "aren't canine. Too wide, too deep." Evelyn's flashlight caught something glinting on the ground, a faint splatter of blood trailing toward the far side of the clearing. "Caleb," she whispered, her throat tightening. Argos glanced at the faint drag marks leading away from the clearing. Her jaw clenched, but her voice remained steady. "We don't know that yet. Let's keep moving." Evelyn straightened, her grip tightening on her blade. "If we follow this, we could be walking into whatever did this. And if it's still here—" "Do we have a choice?" Argos cut in, her tone colder than usual. "We can't leave him out here." Evelyn hesitated, glancing at the trail ahead. Every instinct screamed at her to retreat, to regroup, to come back with more information and better preparation. But Caleb was out there, and leaving him behind wasn't an option. Finally, Evelyn exhaled, her resolve hardening. "All right, let's go. But we stick together." Argos smirked faintly, the tension in her posture easing just slightly. "Wouldn't dream of it." The two pressed forward into the dark, the starlight above casting fleeting patches of light on the disturbed ground ahead. The Shadow Realm bar buzzed around her, but Rose wasn't paying attention. She sat in her usual booth, one leg crossed over the other, a glowing amber drink untouched on the table. Her mind churned with Silas's words from earlier, his warning echoing in her thoughts. "You went looking for the pack? You're lucky to still have your people. If they've stumbled onto pack territory, Rose, they're not just playing with fire, they're dousing themselves in gasoline and lighting the match." Rose had waved him off in the moment, masking her unease with sarcasm, but now her fingers drummed against the table, her comm radio in her other hand. The faint static from the device filled the silence as she tapped into the team's frequency. "Status report," she barked, her voice cutting through the crackle. "Evelyn. Argos. Where are we?" There was a pause before Evelyn's voice came through, tense and laced with frustration. "We're following a trail. Caleb's still missing." Rose's smirk faded, replaced by a sharp glare. "Missing? You let him wander off? I thought you were supposed to be watching each other's backs." Argos's voice cut in, calm but icy. "He didn't just wander off, Rose. Something dragged him. We're tracking him now." "Dragged him?" Rose's grip on the comm tightened. "By what exactly?" "We're not sure yet," Evelyn admitted. "We found his radio. Broken. Something bit through it. And there's evidence of a struggle." Rose exhaled sharply, her eyes narrowing. "Do you have any idea what you might have walked into?" "We're figuring that out as we go," Argos said flatly. "Unless you've got some insight to share, feel free to let us handle it." Rose leaned forward, her voice dropping to a low, dangerous tone. "Listen carefully, Argos. You're on thin ice. Silas told me exactly what kind of territory you might have walked into. If this is pack ground, and it's starting to sound like it is, you're not just poking the bear. You're poking an entire den of wolves with a very short stick." Evelyn's voice came back, calmer but firm. "Rose, we didn't see any signs that this was pack territory when we got here. No warnings, no clear boundaries." "That's the point," Rose snapped. "The pack doesn't leave warnings. They don't need to. Their territory is sacred to them, and anyone stupid enough to cross into it gets the same treatment, whether they meant to or not." There was a pause, the weight of her words settling over the team. "Get Caleb and get out," Rose ordered. "Now!" Evelyn's voice crackled through the comm, firmer this time. "With all due respect, Rose, we're not leaving him behind. Not until we know he's safe." Rose pinched the bridge of her nose, her frustration boiling over. "Fine, but don't come crying to me when you've got a pack of angry wolves on your tail." "Noted," Argos said dryly. "Anything else, Your Majesty?" Rose rolled her eyes, her smirk returning faintly. "Just don't get yourselves killed. And keep me updated." She released the button on the comm, her fingers brushing against the bracelet on her wrist as she leaned back in her chair. Her gaze drifted over the bar, but her mind remained on the team. As much as she loathed to admit it, Silas's warning had rattled her. Argos and Evelyn pressed forward, the faint trail winding through the dense forest. The terrain became steeper, their breaths puffing in the cool night air as they climbed. Starlight filtered through the treetops, casting eerie shadows across the uneven ground. Each step felt heavier, the weight of Rose's warnings still lingering in their minds. "Do you feel that?" Evelyn murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. She paused, her blade in hand as she scanned the trees around them. Argos stopped beside her, her sharp eyes narrowing. "The air, it's different here." It wasn't just the silence of the forest or the faint rustling of leaves in the breeze. The air hummed faintly, an almost imperceptible vibration that prickled against their skin. They pushed through the final line of trees, emerging into a large open field. The starlight illuminated the scene before them, a sprawling compound dominated by a massive building with high, imposing walls. The building's exterior stretched 30 feet into the air, its stone and steel construction radiating an aura of impenetrability. Evelyn's gaze snapped to the signs staked at intervals around the field's edge. "Federal property, no trespassing," was printed in bold letters, the warnings underscored by the unmistakable energy emanating from the building itself. "This isn't just any facility," Evelyn whispered, her voice tinged with unease. She adjusted her grip on her blade, her eyes scanning the field for any signs of movement. Argos crouched low, her sharp gaze fixed on the building. "It's not federal either, not in the way they're claiming." This kind of energy, she trailed off, her instincts humming with alarm. It's magic. Strong magic. From their position, the faint thrum of power seemed to pulse outward from the building, a steady rhythm that vibrated through the ground beneath their feet. It wasn't just the walls themselves that exuded this energy. There was something deeper, more ancient, embedded in the very foundation of the compound. It's like the whole place is alive, Evelyn muttered, taking a cautious step forward. Do you feel it? Like it's watching us? Argos nodded slowly, her claws twitching at her sides. It's not just watching. It's reacting. She tilted her head, her expression sharp. We're not going any closer until we know what we're dealing with. Evelyn frowned, her gaze sweeping the area. The signs are clear. This isn't somewhere we're supposed to be, and that means Caleb's here. Argos's smirk was faint but determined. Then we'll just have to be smarter than them. Evelyn dropped into a crouch beside her, her eyes narrowing as she traced the perimeter of the field. We need to figure out how to get closer without triggering anything. If this place is as warded as it feels, the moment we step out of these trees we'll be exposed. Agreed, Argos said, her voice low and focused. She scanned the building's exterior, her sharp eyes locking onto faint glimmers of light embedded into the walls. Wards, carefully placed and clearly active. Her gaze swept to the far side of the compound, where a smaller building stood just inside the perimeter. It was less imposing than the main structure, but its proximity to the walls suggested importance. Over there, Argos said, nodding toward it. That might give us a clue. Evelyn followed her line of sight, nodding. Let's stick to the tree line for now. Keep low and keep quiet. Argos and Evelyn crouched low as they moved west along the tree line, keeping the massive compound in sight but maintaining their cover. The faint hum of magic pulsing from the building seemed to intensify the closer they moved to the edge of the bluff, vibrating subtly through the ground beneath their boots. Evelyn paused, glancing down at her comm. Still nothing, she muttered, tapping it futilely. The silence from the device only confirmed what they already suspected. Their radios were useless this close to the pack's territory. Figures, Argos said, her voice low and sharp. They probably have dampening fields or tech keeping us dark. Makes sense if they're trying to stay hidden. Or they're just that good at keeping people out, Evelyn replied, her grip tightening on her blade as her eyes scanned the terrain. This place isn't just defended, it's fortified. As they crept further west, a faint noise began to cut through the eerie silence of the forest. Argos's sharp ears twitched at the sound, and she held up a hand to stop Evelyn. They both froze, listening intently. A low, rhythmic roar echoed in the distance, growing louder with each step. It was the unmistakable sound of waves crashing against a rocky shore. Evelyn's gaze darted toward the west. The lake, she murmured, her voice tinged with realization. We're near Lake Michigan. Argos smirked faintly, her sharp eyes scanning the faint glow of starlight reflecting off the treetops ahead. Didn't think we'd get a scenic view tonight. They pressed on cautiously, the sound of the waves growing louder with each step. The forest began to thin, the trees giving way to rocky outcroppings and patches of tall grass. Finally, they reached the edge of the bluff. The sight before them was breathtaking and haunting all at once. The dark expanse of Lake Michigan stretched out to the horizon, the starlight shimmering on its restless surface. The waves crashed against the jagged rocks far below, their roar filling the night air. Evelyn crouched at the edge, peering down at the steep drop. It's beautiful, she admitted, her voice softer now. But it doesn't exactly scream escape route. Argos stood beside her, her sharp eyes scanning the shoreline below. No, but it tells us something about where we are. They've got the lake to the west and that compound to the east. They don't leave much room for anyone to sneak in or out. Evelyn nodded, her gaze shifting back toward the compound. It also means Caleb's options for running are limited. If he's here, they'll have him locked down tight. Argos's sharp eyes caught something in the distance, a faint glow emanating from a narrow trail that wound down the side of the bluff. It was barely visible in the darkness, but it was there. She pointed toward it. Look, a path. It might lead to something. Evelyn followed her gaze, her brow furrowing. A path down? Why would they have that here? Maybe it's not for them, Argos suggested, her tone cautious. Could be for deliveries, or for people trying to escape. Evelyn considered the possibility, glancing back toward the compound. It's risky. If we take it, we're exposed. Argos smirked, her confidence returning. Everything's a risk, Evelyn, but if Caleb's on the move, this could give us a better shot at finding him. The roar of the waves against the bluff faded to a steady background hum as Argos and Evelyn moved north along the rocky edge. They kept low, using the uneven terrain and patches of tall grass for cover. The air seemed to thrum with tension, each step heavy with the sensation of being watched. Evelyn glanced over her shoulder for the third time in as many minutes, her grip on her blade tightening. "Tell me it's not just me," she muttered, her voice barely audible over the night's natural sounds. "It's not just you," Argos replied, her voice low but calm. Her sharp eyes swept the tree line to their right, but nothing moved. The stars illuminated the lake to their left, and the open water offered no solace. Someone or something is keeping an eye on us. Evelyn exhaled slowly, her jaw tightening. But where? I don't see anything. Doesn't mean it's not there, Argos said, her tone sharper now, her claws flexed instinctively at her sides, itching for a target. The ground sloped gently downward as they approached the north side of the compound. The faint gurgling of water joined the rhythmic crashing of the waves, and soon the river came into view. Its dark surface gleamed faintly under the starlight, winding like a silver thread through the landscape. Argos crouched behind a rocky outcrop, motioning for Evelyn to do the same. "There," she said, nodding toward the riverbank. Evelyn followed her gaze. The docks came into view first, simple wooden structures extending into the water. A handful of boats were moored there, their outlines just visible in the dim light. Further down, faintly illuminated walking paths snaked along the river's edge, leading toward the imposing walls of the compound. And then there was the entrance, a low, reinforced doorway embedded in the base of the main building, partially obscured by shadows. A single dim light flickered above it, casting an eerie glow on the steel door. "That's a way in," Evelyn murmured. Her gaze swept over the area lingering on the docks. "But it's too quiet. No patrols, no guards." "Doesn't mean it's safe," Argos said, her tone wary. She tilted her head slightly, her ears twitching. "The river's too loud to hear anything sneaking up on us." Evelyn nodded, her eyes narrowing. "So we assume they know we're here." Argos's smirk was faint but determined. "Always." As they crept closer, the sensation grew stronger, the prickle of unseen eyes boring into them, the weight of something watching from the shadows. Evelyn's hand darted out to stop Argos, her eyes scanning the tree line. "You feel that?" Evelyn whispered. Argos nodded, her voice a quiet growl. "Every step, but I can't pinpoint it." Evelyn's breathing slowed, her senses sharpening as she scanned the area. The treetops swayed faintly in the breeze, their shadows dancing across the ground. The docks creaked softly as the boats shifted in the current, but no matter how hard she looked, she couldn't find the source of the unease. "Keep moving," Argos said finally, her voice firm. "Whatever's out there, it's waiting. Let's not give it the satisfaction." They closed the distance to the riverbank, moving with careful, deliberate steps. The walking paths were surprisingly well kept, their smooth stones glinting faintly in the starlight. Argos crouched low as they approached the edge of the compound, her sharp eyes locked on the flickering light above the doorway. "Looks clear," she murmured, "but it won't stay that way." Evelyn nodded, her grip on her blade tightening. "What's the plan?" "Same as always," Argos said with a faint smirk. "We get in, get what we need, and get out. Quietly. Quietly, Evelyn echoed, her voice dry. Right. But as they prepared to move, a faint sound reached their ears, a soft rustling in the trees behind them, too deliberate to be the wind. The sensation of being watched surged, setting their nerves on edge. Evelyn's voice dropped to a whisper. We're not alone. Argos's claws flexed, her sharp eyes darting to the tree line. No sudden moves. We stick to the plan. But even as she spoke, the shadows around them seemed to deepen, the air thickening with tension. Whatever was watching them was close, and it wasn't going to stay hidden for long. The forest fell silent, save for the rustling of leaves in the faint breeze. Argos and Evelyn exchanged a wary glance, their weapons at the ready, the tension between them crackling like static. Then it began. A low, mournful howl split the night, rising and falling with a haunting melody that sent shivers racing down their spines. It echoed across the open field, coming from the direction of the compound, but the sound seemed to stretch and twist, making it impossible to pinpoint the source. Evelyn's fingers tightened on her blade. That doesn't sound normal. Argos's sharp eyes darted between the tree line and the faint glow of the compound behind them. It's not, and we need to move. But before they could take another step, another howl rang out, closer this time, then another from a different direction. The air grew heavy with the sound, layers of it weaving into an unsettling chorus that seemed to close in around them. We're surrounded, Evelyn whispered, her breath hitching as she scanned the darkness. Not yet, Argos hissed, her voice steady despite the unease curling in her gut. Stay close, and don't panic. The first movement came from the corner of Argos's vision, a flicker of silver fur darting between the trees. She turned, her claws flexing, but it was gone before she could get a good look. Then, from the shadows, Alpha emerged. The massive dire wolf stepped into the faint starlight, his pitch-black fur gleaming like obsidian. His yellow eyes glowed with an intelligent, almost mocking light as he tilted his head, his lips curling into something that wasn't quite a snarl, but wasn't a smile either. He's toying with us, Argos muttered, her sharp claws digging into her palms. He knows we're cornered. Evelyn backed up a step, her gaze darting to the other side of the clearing. The movement came again, this time accompanied by a low, guttural growl. Beta, the grey she-wolf, stalked out of the shadows, her posture stiff with mistrust. Her cold, calculating eyes locked onto Evelyn like a predator assessing her prey. Evelyn raised her blade, her stance defensive. We can take them. But before Argos could reply, a third figure darted out from behind a cluster of trees, a sleek younger wolf with a mottled brown and silver coat. Omega loped into view, his movements lighter and more curious, but no less deliberate. The three wolves spread out, their silent communication palpable as they began to circle the two women. Change of plans, Argos said, her tone tight. Run! The wolves' howls rose again, and this time they were closer, almost deafening. The women bolted, their footsteps crunching against the forest floor as they veered off in different directions. Alpha lunged toward Argos, his massive frame cutting her path off. She spun sharply, darting toward the nearest tree, her heart pounding as she scrambled up the trunk. Her claws dug into the bark as she hauled herself onto a sturdy branch, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Below her, Alpha paced, his glowing eyes fixed on her with an unsettling mixture of amusement and hunger. He let out a short, sharp bark, and Omega appeared at his side, circling the base of the tree with eager curiosity. Great, Argos muttered, clutching the branch tightly. Stuck in a tree. How original. Meanwhile, Evelyn's flight brought her dangerously close to the river. She skidded to a stop at the edge of the water, the faint sound of the current blending with the relentless howls behind her. Her chest heaved as she turned, her blade ready. Beta appeared from the shadows, her cold eyes gleaming with distrust. She prowled closer, her movements slow and deliberate, her growls low and menacing. "Come on, then," Evelyn muttered, gripping her weapon tightly. "Let's get this over with." But Beta didn't attack. Instead, she paced back and forth, her eyes locked on Evelyn as if daring her to make the first move. The she-wolf's tactics were clear. She was pushing Evelyn toward the water, cutting off her escape and isolating her further. The wolves' howls shifted again, rising into a crescendo that filled the forest with an almost oppressive weight. Evelyn and Argos couldn't see each other anymore, the dense trees and distance between them cutting off any chance of regrouping. From her perch, Argos glared down at Alpha, who had settled into a mockingly relaxed position beneath her tree. His ears twitched as Omega let out an excited yip, darting back and forth as if practicing his intimidation tactics. "You think this is funny?" Argos called down, her tone laced with frustration. "Wait till I get my claws on you." Alpha's only response was a low, rumbling growl that sent a shiver down her spine. Evelyn, meanwhile, took a cautious step back, her boots nearly touching the river's edge. Beta's growls deepened, her posture lowering as she prepared to pounce. Rose paced the private room in the Shadow Realm bar, the tension rolling off her in waves. Her polished boots clicked softly against the stone floor, and her dark eyes darted to the radio on the table. The once faint crackle of static had gone completely silent, and it was driving her to the edge of her patience. She snatched the device, turning the dials sharply and flipping through the secured channels. Come on," she muttered under her breath, the growing frustration evident in her voice. Nothing. Slamming the radio down, Rose took a deep breath and ran her fingers through her hair. She had known this mission was risky, but losing contact entirely was another level of bad. Silas's voice broke through her thoughts as he appeared in the doorway, his towering frame casting a long shadow across the room. "Trouble?" he asked, his tone calm but tinged with curiosity. Rose shot him a withering glare. "Trouble?" "No, Silas, everything is just peachy," she snapped, her sarcasm razor-sharp. "Radio silence in the middle of a recon mission is exactly what I hoped for." He raised an eyebrow, stepping inside and crossing his arms. "You knew this was a possibility. If they're near the Pack's territory, interference is a given. They're not exactly known for welcoming guests." "Oh, don't I know it?" Rose said, her tone dripping with frustration. "But this isn't interference. It's gone. Completely. Nothing on any frequency." Silas studied her for a moment before speaking. "And you're worried?" Rose's scoff was immediate. "Please. Worry implies I'm emotionally invested. This is annoyance, Silas. Pure, unfiltered annoyance." He didn't respond, letting her words hang in the air. Rose huffed, crossing her arms and glaring at the silent radio. The bar was quieter than usual tonight. The buzz of conversations on the supernatural side had dulled to a murmur, and even the human side seemed unusually subdued. It was as if the unease Rose felt had seeped into the very walls of the bar. She turned back to Silas. "This feels wrong." He nodded slowly. "Perhaps. Or perhaps it's just what happens when you step too close to something you shouldn't." Rose's smirk returned, though it lacked its usual bite. "Oh, don't get cryptic on me, Silas. I'm perfectly capable of handling secrets and danger. It's the waiting I can't stand." Rose stared at the radio for a long moment before grabbing it again, turning the dials methodically, searching for anything, any signal, any noise, even static, but the silence remained absolute. "Damn it," she muttered, tossing it back onto the table. Silas watched her with a faint, knowing smile. "What are you going to do?" Rose met his gaze, her dark eyes sharp. "What I always do," she said. "Find another way to get the information I need. If the Pack's involved, this just got a lot more interesting." "And the team?" Silas asked, his tone neutral but edged with curiosity. "They can handle themselves," Rose said firmly, though the faintest flicker of doubt crossed her features. "But I'm not sitting here twiddling my thumbs while we wait for them to get back." Silas inclined his head, his expression unreadable. "Just remember, If you go poking the bear, don't be surprised when it bites back. Rose smirked. Good thing I have a habit of taming bears. Rose lounged in the private room of the Shadow Realm bar, her sharp eyes fixed on the tracker app on her tablet. The dot representing Darren's location blinked steadily, right at the same spot her team had last checked in. A slow, calculating smile spread across her lips. So, the wolves finally made their move, she murmured, tracing her finger along the map. And they've got my people. Her mind raced as she pieced together the situation. The pack had been a mystery for too long, an untouchable force hiding in the shadows. But now she had something they couldn't ignore, a reason to walk right up to their door. Rose set the tablet down and leaned back, tapping her nails against the armrest of her chair. She wasn't just going to negotiate. No, this was an opportunity to make an entrance, to show them exactly who they were dealing with. But first, she had to plan. Rose stood and strode to the bar's main floor, her heels clicking sharply against the polished stone. She called for Silas, who appeared almost immediately, his massive frame looming over the patrons like a shadow. "Silas," she said, her tone brisk, "I've found them." His brow furrowed. "The pack?" "And my team," Rose replied. "They've taken them. I'm going to get them back." Silas crossed his arms, his expression unreadable. "You realize what you're walking into, don't you?" "Oh, I'm well aware," Rose said, a sharp edge to her voice. "That's why I'm going to do it my way." "Which is?" Rose smirked, the kind of smirk that made even Silas hesitate. Loudly. Rose didn't waste time. Within the hour, she was behind the wheel of her sleek black sedan, the tracker app open on the dashboard screen. The signal remained steady, guiding her north toward the dense woods where the pack's headquarters lay hidden. The road grew narrower as she drove, the towering trees swallowing the light, until only her headlights illuminated the path. The hum of the engine was the only sound. But Rose's mind was a whirlwind of possibilities. She had leverage, information about Ravina's dwindling drug supply. She also had charm, wit, and a knack for turning even the worst situations to her advantage. Still, she wasn't blind to the risks. The pack wasn't known for their hospitality, and this wasn't exactly a social visit. But if there was one thing Rose excelled at, it was making people see her as indispensable. By the time she was done, the pack would either respect her or regret underestimating her. The compound came into view suddenly, its large metal structure looming in the starlight. The area was quiet, but Rose could feel the weight of unseen eyes watching her. She parked her car just outside the workshop, stepping out with deliberate grace. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, but it wasn't the natural surroundings that set Rose on edge. It was the palpable energy of the place, a low hum of power that seemed to seep into her skin. "Charming," she muttered, brushing a strand of hair from her face. Her heels clicked against the gravel as she approached the workshop's door. She didn't knock. She raised her fist and banged on the heavy metal door, the sound echoing like a gunshot in the still night. "All right, wolves," she called out, her voice sharp and commanding. "Time to play nice. Open up." The door remained closed, but Rose knew better than to think no one was listening. She leaned closer, her voice dropping to a deadly purr. "I know you're in there, and I know you have something of mine. Let's talk before this gets complicated." The night seemed to hold its breath as Rose stood before the pack's imposing workshop door, her silhouette outlined by the faint glow of her car's headlights. The metal vibrated faintly from her repeated pounding, the sound echoing into the quiet woods like a challenge. Her smirk never wavered, her sharp eyes scanning the surroundings for any sign of movement. She knew they were watching. They always were. The pack didn't miss anything that entered their territory, and her bold approach would be no exception. "Let's not waste time," she called again, her tone edged with both irritation and amusement. "You've got something I want, and I've got something you need. Open the door, and let's talk like civilized beasts." The faint sound of rustling reached her ears, just beyond the edge of the tree line. Rose tilted her head, her smirk deepening. They were testing her, sizing her up. It was exactly what she'd expected, and exactly what she'd planned for. As the tension hung in the air, the heavy door creaked, the sound grating against the stillness. It opened just enough for a figure to step forward, their face shadowed but unmistakably wary. Rose's smirk grew sharper. Now, that's more like it. She stepped forward, her confidence unwavering, even as the weight of what lay ahead pressed down on her. The pack, the gem, the tangled web of alliances and rivalries, it all hinged on this moment. Behind her, the woods remained still, the faint glow of the northern lights reflecting off the distant lake. Inside the workshop, unseen eyes watched, waiting to see how the queen of the Shadow Realm bar would fare in the den of wolves. With one final glance over her shoulder, Rose stepped through the door, the heavy metal closing behind her with a resounding clang. The game had begun.
Well, you found your way to the end, haven't you? That must mean you're curious, and we love curiosity around here. Before you vanish into the ether, take a moment to subscribe. It's just a click, and trust me, you'll want to stay in the loop for what comes next. And while you're at it, give the video a like. The energy exchange is good for you. Hit that notification bell too. You wouldn't want to miss out on any of our magical misadventures. Who knows what I might conjure up next? Alright, off you go. But remember, I'll know if you didn't subscribe. See you on the other side.